Good morning, good afternoon to some of you, maybe even the evening. I'm Galen Hansen. I'd like to welcome everyone to the March CAG meeting. As we've met here already this morning, informally introducing one another, it seems like this is practically a reunion. Some of us had never talked to one another in person prior to this, so we wish that the people on Zoom could be with us, but we're glad that you're on Zoom and like to get started here this morning. I have a number of people I want to recognize in our meeting. To my right, Gabriela Diaz is our IESBA Chair. Good morning, Gabriela. And I also, Laurie Endsley is going to be with us today too, our Vice Chair. She is taking a call at the moment, and she will join us after our first break. Also like to recognize Dave Sullivan from the PIOB. Good morning, Dave. And special recognition of Jim Dalkin, the IAASB CAG chairs with us also. We have a couple of new representatives. Annie, if I can pronounce it correctly, Garadu is replacing Peter Stockhoff with the OECD, who is with us temporarily. Annie is not able to be with us today because of a prior conflict. And those of you that are not familiar with the OECD, that's really the economic arm of the United Nations. And so they have a very important voice. Also want to recognize an old friend of mine, Michael Fritz. He will be the second representative from NASBA, the other being, of course, myself. He is a past chair of NASBA and a retired audit partner from Deloitte. Let's see. Also, I'll welcome the presenters that we'll have, really board members that'll be with us throughout our meeting today. But I'll introduce those individually as we come to each session. One thing that I think I would like to point out, we're now in the last year of the CAGs. And I asked the staff, when did the CAGs really start? And our first meeting as the CAG was December of 2004. So I'm not sure quite about the math, but we're in our 19th or 20th year. And the important thing about this year is it's a transition year. And we're going to have a new advisory council starting next year. And the importance of this year is that everything goes smoothly. And in that regard, it's really important that we're involved, that we give the feedback, that even if it's just, I agree with such and such, our input is a different perspective that the boards rely on for a public interest input. And so please participate today, even if you think that maybe something has been previously said. It doesn't need to be lengthy, but try to give your input, pro or con, or a different perspective, so that we make the best use of this final year of the CAG as we move forward. Let's see, I want to recognize also the staff and for all the efficiency that they bring forward in terms of the materials that they provide. Thank you for all the hard work in preparing all of that. I think most of us are familiar with the protocols for the meeting, but just as a reminder, for those that are here in person, if you put your tent cards up, if you have a query, and then drop them when you're completed. And those of you who are online, if you can make sure that you raise your hand on the Zoom protocol. Then also, if you'll make sure that you turn your mics off when you're not speaking. So the first order of business would be the draft minutes that were presented to you for approval. I have one typo that I'll give to the staff, but was there any other changes that you all saw in the drafts that were presented to you? I'll take that silence as a no, and also approval of those minutes, Carla. Okay. Just in terms of an update on a number of activities that the board has taken there at the November-December 22 board meeting, they finalized some revisions to the code with respect to two key projects. Those would be the engagement teams, group audit, independence, and also the technology project. On the engagement team and group audit final pronouncements, it was released in February. And for your information, there will be a global webinar on those key changes on April 18th that you might want to make a note of for your organizations. Also, the IESBA is expecting to release its technology final pronouncement in April. And the other thing that happened at the December board meeting was they approved for exposure the proposed text with respect to tax planning. The exposure draft was released in February, and the comment period will run through May 18th. And I encourage you and your organizations to consider those changes and send in your comments. I also would note that on the tax planning, there's also a roundtable that is coming up on that that you need to be aware of. So please make a note of that. We have in the materials 3 report backs that you were provided. Ken, did you have anything that you wanted to say about those report backs?
Good morning, Galen, and good morning, everyone. I'm going to turn to the individual project managers, Galen, if that's okay, to invite them to just give the brief report backs on their projects.
Okay, and the individuals?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Okay. So maybe we'll start with Cam first on technology.
Sure. Thank you, Ken. Thanks, Galen. So as Galen just mentioned, the technology project was approved by IESBA in December. The last report back was to the CAG was in September, and you'll see that in this the posting today. You'll see how the task force has addressed each of the CAG comments. At the September CAG meeting, it was indicated that the anticipated timeline for the technology project was going to be in March 2023, but reflecting on the progress and the comments received during that last quarter with further outreach from other stakeholders, the IESBA approved the final the standard in December, as Galen just mentioned. The PIOB is expected will submit the package to PIOB, and the final pronouncement is expected in April with a effective date of December 2024. Just quickly as well, I'd just like to raise that Rich Huskin, the task force chair, also wanted to relay to the CAG personally that he found the input throughout the entire project very helpful and helped the task force to address key issues. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Well, unless anyone on the CAG, either in person or on Zoom, has any comments, I'll turn next to Sylvia. I don't know if it's Sylvia. Yes, Sylvia Schramko is our project lead on engagement in group audits. So Sylvia, I'll turn it over to you. Sylvia?
You're on mute, Sylvia. You're on mute.
Okay, while Sylvia sorts the technical issue on her side, maybe Carla, I'll turn to you for the tax planning report back.
Certainly, thank you, Ken. As Galen mentioned before, we'll take it the agenda item A4 as read. And for the tax planning, the task force presented the final draft of the proposed section 280 and 380 at the December meeting approval for exposure. The board approved the ED for exposure, and it was released February 2023, and is open for comment until May 18, 2023. Summary of the responses to the ED will be presented to the CAG at the September meeting, and the IESBA hopes to finalize the project by December 2023.
Okay, and we have some, we just did the global webinars, right, Cara? And I think
Yes, we did a series of 3 global webinars, and it was held last week. A recording of those webinars will be made available on our website in the next week or so. Thank you.
Thank you, Carla. So again, I'll turn to the CAG just to see if anyone has any comments or questions around the report back on the September discussion on engagement in group audits. Okay, so seeing none, maybe I'll turn to Sylvia. I don't know if Sylvia, if you can come in now.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Better.
Yeah,
Yep.
apologies. We
Thank
had
you.
some technical issues with the Zoom. So thank you very much. Regarding the ETGA, so in September 2022, the CAG representative received a presentation from the Engagement Team Group Audit Independence Task Force, so the ETGA Task Force, regarding the comment received on the exposure draft earlier that year and how the task force proposed to address such comments. So agenda item A3 to this meeting include the report back on the comments of the CAG representative provided during the September meeting. And the ETGA task force and the IESBA considered and discussed those really useful comments from the CAG before approving the final revisions at the IESBA December meeting. After the approval, the document has been submitted for PIOB approval, and the PIOB just approved the changes, and it has been released just recently, actually last week, as Gayla mentioned, and the 28th of February. The IESBA's intention was to coordinate the effective date of the revisions with the revised ISA 600. Therefore, the standard will be effective for the audit of the financial statements and the group financial statements for the period beginning on or after December 15, 2023, so this year. Given the close proximity of this effective date, the IESBA staff plan to issue supporting materials to help the adoption and the implementation as soon as possible. And that will include an IESBA staff publication on the frequently asked questions. And also, as Gayla mentions, we are holding a global webinar on the 18th of April. And that you can register to this webinar on the IESBA website. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all of those updates. Dave, did you have your card was up for a moment? She covered it. Okay, very good. All right. Well, thank you for that. Before we get started, I'd like to invite Gabriella, if you have any comments on our meeting today.
Thank you very much, Gavin. No, I don't have that many comments. I'd just like to welcome you very much to this meeting. Those who are here in person, and there are some of you that I'm having the opportunity to meet for the first time, which is a pleasure. But also those attending virtually. This is a very important meeting for us. As we know, we are going to meet. Our board is meeting next week. So everything that will happen in this meeting will, of course, inform our discussions and deliberations. This is my, I'm starting the second year as IESBA Chair, and what I could confirm over 2022 is that this collaboration between the IESBA and the CAG is critical and has been critical in very many moments. So we are very happy to have the opportunity to meet you and with such an important and relevant agenda ahead of our board meeting, and I'm sure that it's going to be extremely useful for us. Thank you very much. Again. Sorry, just one additional note, Galen, if you don't mind. There's something that I'd like to note. That's I think it deserves mention. Being mentioned is that last month we lost one of our board members here in New York, Ryan Friedrich, who passed unfortunately away when we were here for meetings. So this is, well, this was a very sad moment, as you can imagine, and it's something that it's still impacting us as professionals, as a board, but also as friends and colleagues of Brian. Of course, we are moving forward, but there is something and someone missing, also because Brian was a very relevant net contributor in terms of intellectual knowledge, data, etc. So just wanted you to know. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Gabriella. Yes, that yeah, we're going to miss Brian and his contributions. So our first area that we wanted to we have on our agenda today is with respect to the strategy of the board over the next 4 years, 24 through 27. And I'd like to invite Geoff Kwan is going to give us an update on where we're at on the preparation of the strategic work plan consultation paper. So I'll turn it over to you, Geoff.
Thanks, Galen, and good morning, afternoon, and evening, everyone. If I could ask Diana to put the presentation on, that would be great. Great to see everyone, of course. Sorry I could not be there in person. So the first agenda on the item the first item on the agenda today is our SWP strategy and work plan and our draft consultation paper. So I will walk through with you today some of the key elements and give you at the start, just give you a bit of report back and also just give you a brief summary of what's happened since our last CAG meeting in September. Of course, in the September meeting last year, the CAG had a chance to review the key comments that we received from the strategy survey, and you've provided some very helpful input and really appreciated that, and the board had taken those on board, certainly in their November-December meeting. So I'll walk you through some of those key elements, as I mentioned earlier, and Gabriella and Cam will jump in as they need to. Just a quick recap, as I mentioned, of course, you had a chance to review the in September, the strategy survey, the key feedbacks from our respondents. Then today we're going to talk about the second read of the draft consultation paper, which is the second part of the due process for our strategy and work plan. The first part is the strategy survey, and the second part is then the consultation paper, which we're hoping that it will go out for comments in April after our March board meeting. And of course, we are looking at finalizing our next strategy and work plan for the period 2024 to 2027 in December. So it'll be the same time as the IESBA strategy and work plan as well. Their consultation paper has since gone out in late January, but essentially we will finish at the same time, and we're working quite closely with each other as well. If you had a chance to look at the IESBA's consultation paper, you will note that the format and structure essentially are fairly similar between the two work plans, and some of the key concepts and items in there as well. So thanks, Diana. If you can move to the next slide, please. So just a quick report back, and if you look at the cover notes for this agenda item, we have provided a response to the comments that you have provided at the September meeting. You might recall that there were quite a little bit of discussion in terms of one of the proposed strategic focus on raising the bar, ethical bar of PAIB. So I think there are a few comments about, particularly about the monitoring and informants component of complying with the code. There is also a comment about, the concept of raising the bar, whether that seems to suggest, the current code, that the standard is not of an enough or sufficient level. So the board has taken those on board, and we've made some. You see that I'll mention that later on in the consultation paper when we get to the PIOB. When we get to the PAIB part. Of course, then in September, we had a meeting with the IFAC PAIB Advisory Group. So we had a session during one of the meetings late last year. And we spoke on two topics, essentially, one on sustainability. And back then we haven't had a project yet. We still have work stream. And we had a working group working hard on that. And then we also talked a little bit about the proposed focus on PAIBs. And the PAIB Advisory Group, they recognize the importance of certainly sustainability reporting and assurance. In terms of the focus on PAIBs, they are generally supportive of that focus in us going forward with our SWP. And they had also, a few had mentioned about the changing roles and expanding roles of PAIBs, particularly CFOs, in the context of technology disruption. So that was good feedback for us. Again, the board has taken those into consideration. And you note that there in October last year, the two boards planning committees had a meeting to discuss our respective SWPs, to make sure that we align and we understand, we talked about any matters of mutual interest. And essentially there's a recognition that, so far the two boards coordination, at least at a technical level, have done really well and have been at a high level, in the last few years. And there was a lot of comments and recognition about the importance of the sustainability work streams, that there is a great need for coordination between the two boards, and we have been doing that. And you'll hear a little bit more later on from our two sustainability work streams chairs. And there were some comments between the two boards planning committee about the need to continue to address the issues of trust in the profession. And of course, the two boards, the respective programs going forward will respect that. And there is a recognition and understanding that going forward, we need to continue to coordinate at a strategic, technical, and also operational level. And then in November and December last year, the board met to discuss the first read of the draft consultation paper. So what we are presenting to you today is the second read, essentially. So the planning committee, which is effectively the working group for the SWP, they have taken those into consideration. And you will note that the version that we're presenting to you today is not a lot different to the first read. The board has some very helpful comments, but they were also quite supportive of the first read. So I'll walk you through those as we get to those parts. So before I move on to the proposed strategy, just want to see if any of the CAG representatives have any questions about the report back. If not, I might continue, Galen, if that's okay. So we can move to the proposed strategy. Thanks, Diana. And we can go to the next slide. Oh, did you just skip that one? Thank you, Diana. Now, in terms of the rest of the session, I will walk through two key components with you this morning. And it follows essentially the structure of the consultation paper. The first part, I will walk through with you the strategy, the proposed strategy for 2024 and 2027. So it will have the strategic vision, the proposed strategic drivers, and also the strategic themes and actions. So those are the main components for our strategy. And then I'll walk through with you the second part of the session, the proposed work plan in terms of the actual work streams and projects that we'll be looking at in 2024 to 2027. So first, I want to walk through with you the IESBA vision going forward for the next strategy period. Really, if you look at this vision, it's really, I guess, a recognition of the importance of ethics and of ethical behavior, particularly in the midst of continuing sort of high-profile corporate failures. And in terms of sustainability, we hear more and more about the risk of greenwashing, and so this vision really recognized that the fact that IESBA does play a significant role within the financial and non-financial information supply chain. Well, let me I'll just read out loud to you the vision. I'll just talk through some of the key components with you. So the IESBA's vision is to achieve global recognition and acceptance of its ethics, including independent standards, as being a cornerstone to ethical behavior, public trust in production, reporting and assurance of financial and non-financial information that is fundamental to the proper functioning and sustainability of financial markets and economies worldwide. If I could just unpack it a little bit for you, then I'll pause for some questions or comments after that. The board in December was fairly supportive of the draft vision, and we've made some minor, the planning committee has made some minor but significant changes to the version that you are seeing today. Essentially, this vision sort of connects the IESBA standards with public trust in the production or reporting assurance of financial and non-financial information. It connects to ethical behavior of professional accountants. And significantly, it includes not only financial information, but also non-financial information, recognizing there is an increasing demand for non-financial information by the market as well. You know that in addition to reporting and assurance, we've also included the word production, which really takes into account the fact that professional accountants in particular, they also provide a range of services, in terms of like advisory services or tax advice. So we put that word in to capture those sort of services as well. It does take into account, for instance, in terms of what our sustainability task force is working on, is essentially developing professional agnostic standards in relation to sustainability assurance. So it doesn't just capture professional accountants, it kind of broadens that out, allows the code to also be applicable and used by those outside the profession, particularly in relation to sustainability reporting and assurance. And again, it continues to recognize at the start the importance of global adoption of the code. So that's something that we are working very closely with IFAC in particular. So with that, I might just pause and see if the CAG have any comments or input to this vision.
I'd like to recognize Klaus first.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Jeff. Very helpful. One small comment. If you can put back the vision on the screen, just read it. In general speaking, I support the vision, of course, and I think that you have recognized also a number of critical issues here. I have one question about the way that you have drafted the vision. You say that in the end, it's fundamental to the proper functioning and sustainability of financial markets and economies worldwide, which of course I agree to. But if you go into sustainability area, they also have other stakeholders outside the financial markets. So I was wondering if you have given any thoughts to how to draft the vision. If you think about the other stakeholders outside the financial markets also will probably rely on sustainability information in the future, and also on assurance. And therefore, also the ethical side of it is a critical one. So it's more of a question than a comment. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Harrison, yes, go to you first.
Yes, thank you, Gavin. I had to remember to unmute myself. Just have, I guess if you could maybe explain a little more about the application of the IESBA standards to the non-accountancy profession. I'm still a little, don't understand how we can apply those standards to people who aren't in the profession and have agreed to abide by those standards.
Thank you. I'll take a couple more comments, Galen, before I respond.
Okay.
Hassan?
Problems of sitting two Pauls next to each other. So, when I think of vision statements, I'm primarily looking for three things: clarity, understandability, and inspiration. And I think it's very understandable. I think it's inspirational for those who care about this stuff. The clarity, I had one question and one comment. The question, as I start to read it, every time I read it, I stumble over this, a recognition and acceptance of its ethics, and then you insert including independence before you get to standards. And I know that means ethics standards, including independent standards, is a briefer way to say it. But it got me wondering, since, as I say, I kind of trip over that phraseology every time. Is it necessary to include independence in there? To specify that? Obviously, independence is a critical part of it, but all aspects of ethics and the ethics standards, I think, are critical. Then the observation, the very last line talks about functioning and sustainability of the financial markets and economies. Unfortunately, I think sustainability is the right word. I can't come up with a better one, but in today's world, when we think of sustainability, we often think of a slightly different version or different definition of that. But again, it's only an observation, because I think the traditional definition of sustainability fits very well here. I just don't want there to be confusion that you're kind of limiting it to that topic.
We'll take the other Paul now.
Okay. This looks generally for me pretty good. I just had a few minor suggestions. Coming back to the point that Klaus just mentioned, when you talk about financial markets, you obviously have in mind listed companies, public interest entities. Doesn't necessarily speak so well to SMEs, but you do say and economies worldwide, so that might capture it. The use of proper. I'm from the UK, so I commonly use the word proper, but it's often a word that in other languages or jurisdictions perhaps doesn't resonate in the same way. It's a question. So I just wonder whether it's better to have, say, it more effective or something like that, functioning of the markets and economies. I did have one other final minor point, and that is that we refer to public trust, and I have no problem with that. But typically what you hope follows from trust is confidence in what is being produced. And often the terms are used together, trust and confidence. And I just wonder whether it was a conscious decision not to refer to confidence, whether or not putting confidence in there would reinforce the point. But that's all. This is for me, this is good.
Christian, I believe you have I believe Hyson, you had your hand up before?
Yes, I had my hand up before, but as Paul was just speaking on the issue, I thought to speak later. But I fully agree with this way of the vision is presented, because it also emphasized the fact that IESBA a code of ethics will be used even in a broader way, as this is the case of sustainability, but will be echo to other professions as well. Thank you.
We'll go to Christian now then. Christian? We're not hearing you, Christian. Christian, I don't know that you're on mute.
Try.
There we go. There we
Chairman,
go. There we go.
thank you very much, Galen. So the proposed vision from our side seems very sensible, but ambitious. So we are really wondering about the feasibility in terms of are there sufficient means available to achieve it? But if we look at this, it really looks going in the right direction, as the IESBA has realized that they have more or less exhausted addressing the independence matters for auditors and assurance providers on financial information, now moving into this area of expanded focus on ethics related to reporting in a broader sense, especially as we see this here as the topic in the European Union. Moving into as the US always says, non-financial, as we say, sustainability matters. That's really to be applauded. So we are really supportive of this holistic approach. There's only one worry we have is if we look at the holistic approach which addresses those outside our profession, the question for us is, what is the buy-in of those outside the profession, especially if you look at independent assurance service providers here in the European Union that are being discussed, or any others than members of the PAOs to adopt exactly this code. So that's just it from our side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christian. And Conchita?
Thank you for the presentation. The vision is fair, though the related rollout, I may be going beyond what is already presented, but this was mentioned by the others, that the related rollout of definitive actions under each of the 4 strategic themes, they should be efficient and effective, may be a challenge. Of concern is making available to other professions the standards, which may be of greater challenge. This is somehow echoing also what the others have stated earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Conchita. And I see Jean Riggs has a comment.
Yes, just one thing to think about, and I know it's something that's been used for a long time, ethics, including independence, can be a little awkward in reading and saying ethics, including independence. And so given the discussions that will take place and are currently taking place related to bringing in others, this profession agnostic concept, would it be a good time to just use ethics and independence standards? And that way, when the discussion needs to focus just on ethics or just on independence, it can be ethics standards, independence standards, or just ethics and independence standards. So just a question about semantics and whether it might be a little bit more clear just to say ethics and independence standards.
Thank you, Jean. Jeff, did you want to come back yet, or should we keep taking some
I think you've only got one more hand left, so maybe we'll take that as well from Hussein.
I'm going to weigh in a second, but Jim Dawkin.
Thanks, Galen. And I guess I was fine with what you have. The only question I have is something that seems to be coming up quite a bit at least in the US environment. I mean, I'm sure it's worldwide, is some of the use of technology. It's crossing over a lot of the ethical questions. And I can't think of an eloquent way of adding technology in there, but I do think that should be some consideration.
Thank you, Jim. Paul Thompson, did you want to come back? Yeah, I think these are some great comments that you're getting, Jeff. I do agree, I think, with what John just commented about, maybe rather than saying including, maybe make that and independence standards. You get rid of a couple commas up there. And I agree with, I think it was Paul, you talked about clarity and understanding. I just question whether or not the prepositional phrase in the production reporting and insurance is all that important. If you could go just straight to financial and non-financial information. Sometimes I think less is better than more, or it's really, yeah, that's a different way of saying it. But Jeff, do you have some responses to some of those great comments?
Sure. Thank you for that. For a start, I think they are fantastic comments. I was very busy writing, of course, and so really appreciate that. In terms of you know, the phrase including independence and the suggestion of and independent standards, we'll certainly take that into consideration. Notice there were a few comments about how it's going to get buy-in from those who are not from the profession, or in terms of compliance of our standards by those who are not from the profession. This is something that the board is certainly aware of, and we'll continue to engage you in that discussion and certainly in that journey. But you hear a bit more from the sustainability task force, the 2 work streams, a bit later today in terms of what we're doing. But certainly we are working very hard in terms of engaging with different stakeholder groups, including those who are outside the profession in terms of national, in terms of global standard setters who are not necessarily from the profession, but represents you know, a significant portion of sustainability assurance providers. So we're working on that, and of course, as we always do, we try to continue to work with you know, our regulators community. But in terms of monitoring and enforcement, of course, as you would appreciate, this is something that's really outside the IESBA's remit. But we recognize, you know, it's all part of the infrastructure, and we are working as hard and as close as we can with all the different stakeholders, including, as I mentioned, those who are from the regulators community, including IOSCO. Just looking at the comments, in terms of there was comment about, you know, sustainability, or a few comments about sustainability is probably the right word in that vision, but whether it's covered wide enough other than just financial markets, I think that's one of the reasons. That's why we put economies worldwide as well. But we'll take the comment into consideration in terms of whether, you know, in terms of the reach or the intended reach of the IESBA standard. And Paul, thanks for the comments also about whether it's public trust and confidence in. The planning committee will take that into consideration as well. I wouldn't say we've completely exhausted all the independence work, but we are focusing on sustainability. But the board, as you see a bit later in the work plan component, we still have a strong focus on independence going forward as well. I think the rest of the comments, we will certainly take those into consideration. I know that Hussein's still got his hands raised, but before I will pass to him, perhaps I just want to see if either Ken or Gabriella have any additional comments they want to make at this point.
Thank you, Jeff. Maybe just one brief comment, and I think you've responded overall to the feedback we've heard here. There are a number of good suggestions we will certainly take on board. I think it's not our intent to be drafting on the fly, as it were, during the discussion today. My comment really is in relation to Christian's really a challenge, and that is how do we envision achieving buy-in from assurance practitioners outside of the accounting profession? And that is one of the strategic issues that we are addressing within our sustainability project. We are very intent at our board in tackling this issue, and that is why it is on the agenda. So what I would suggest is we hold on to this question and come back to it later in the day when we come to the discussion on sustainability assurance when we are going to be dealing with this issue of profession agnostic standards, but it is a very relevant and very strategic question we're addressing to our board. Gabriela, anything you want to add?
Thank you, Ken. Yes, just like you were saying, we are not, the objective is not to be drafting here at the meeting, but these comments are really helpful, and I suspect that we will have to reflect on them and still make some adjustments to this definition to make it much better than it is now. So thank you very much. Just one slight comment, on the profession agnostic and the other stakeholders groups. Thank you for that question. As Ken said, we are going to address it later, but there is something that I'd like to say at this stage to avoid any misunderstanding that sometimes I feel it's still around. When the IESBA made the decision, and we did it a few months ago, to develop profession agnostic standards to respond to the need to provide something that can be used also by these independent assurance providers, not only by professional accountants. This was based on two main assertions. First, that these independent providers are already there, providing services. They represent more or less half of the market worldwide, so they are important. We can't ignore them. Secondly, there was a clear regulatory call, namely from IOSCO, saying this is the right way to go, and you should reflect upon that, which we did, and came to the conclusion that this was the right thing to do. Now, responding to your question, how are we going to make sure that these standards are applicable, enforceable, etc.? This is really not our responsibility. Our responsibility as a standard setter is to make sure that we provide something that can be used for that purpose. Should others, and when I say others, I'm speaking about regulators, policymakers, national standard setters, the firms individually themselves, may want to extend the application of these standards to these other independent providers. This is not our decision. We are neutral with respect to that possibility. We are not making an option in that respect, but we work for the public interests, and according to the analysis and reflection that we have made here at the board, we concluded that our work would not be complete and fully fit for purpose if it wouldn't be made in a way that, should this decision be made by the others, it would be understandable, accessible, usable. So the answer, that question has been brought to us many times. How are you going to ensure that how are you going to make it, these standards effective for the others? We can't do it. It's not our objective. It's not our role. Our role is to make what is right for the others to use them, and we really think that there is value in doing so. But we have to walk with others, with other stakeholders, for that to happen. If this is to happen, that nothing has been decided. So thank you.
Thank you, Gabriela. Galen, can I keep moving to the next part? Okay.
If you would, please.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, again for your comments. So we'll move to the next part of the strategy component. I'll talk through those, and we'll give you then an opportunity at the end to provide your feedback. So I'll walk through the strategic drivers and then the themes and actions in sort of high level as well. So in terms of the strategic drivers, essentially, these are issues that we believe would create the opportunities and also challenges for us to achieve the vision that you have just seen. We have included, essentially broken them up rather into two key components. The first one is at least a set of environmental factors, and then we also have a set of operational factors as well. In terms of environmental factors, we have four of those. First one is rapidly growing market demand for sustainability information. I think we've kind of talked through those, and certainly everyone is kind of in agreement that it is an area that we need to focus on. And as you have seen, certainly last year, both IOSCO and the financial stability boards have publicly recognized the importance of global standards for assurance and ethics and independence. So that's something that we are continuing to focus on into the next strategy period. I will say as part of these factors and later on in terms of the themes as well, we won't just finish when the sustainability project is finished. We anticipate there will be more work to be done after the current sustainability project has finished. There'll be new issues to address. So we sort of intending it will take us through the entire period and perhaps beyond. The next factor that we feel that create opportunities and challenge for us is of course the expanding roles of PAIBs, particularly those in more senior roles or the role of CFOs, the expanding role of CFOs as well. As we've heard from the PAIB, the support we've received from the PAIB advisory group from IFAC and also from the board discussion, there certainly is a recognition that PAIBs, they have a lot more visibility at the moment in terms of their work. We've talked about the expanding role of CFOs in sustainability reporting, but also in light of all the technological changes as well. But also we recognize that a lot of professional accountants are in senior roles in organizations, and we also recognize that there is an increase in terms of regulatory supervisions of those with senior corporate responsibilities. So one thing that we may look at is we recognize that perhaps we need to look at the responsibilities difference between senior PAIBs and other PAIBs. The third strategic driver, environmental factor, is trust crisis and other repercussions from recurring high-profile corporate failures. With this, we're not just looking at in terms of large corporate financial failures, but also in the context of, say, greenwashing as well. That's something that both boards are certainly aware of, and we're working on respectively in terms of dealing with this trust crisis from a standard setting perspective. The next strategic driver is, as Jim has mentioned, the continuing impact of technological transformations. And so you will notice that both boards continues to have a focus in terms of making sure that we are in touch with what's happening, particularly within the accounting profession in terms of the changes and the technology disruption that we have. So that's another factor that will impact our work. If I can move to the next slide. Thanks, Diana. The next slide essentially have those strategic drivers that we call them the operational factors. The first one is really heightened stakeholders' expectations for greater timeliness, as you would all have hopefully have had an opportunity to perhaps at least have a quick look at the monitoring group's recommendations. And one of the objectives, of course, is to foster the development of timely, high quality standards that respond to an accelerating pace of change. So the board certainly recognized that and the importance of being responsive and being agile. If you ever had a chance to speak with Gabriella for even 5 minutes, if she talks about the work of the board, being agile will generally come to the conversation, because there is a strong recognition that the board, even with a program going forward, we'll finalize our SWP, but one of the key elements is that we need to remain agile and be responsive. And I think our sustainability work stream last year was a good example of the board being able to really move with where the market demand is and where the public interest is the greatest. The next factors we see as a key strategic driver is the imperatives of quality and global acceptance of the IESBA standards. We want to continue to be informed by a broad range of stakeholders, and this is certainly something that the PIOB has consistently encouraged us and recommend us to make sure that we reach out to those who are outside the accountancy profession, investors groups and so forth. But of course, as we move into the sustainability work stream, and we have to even enlarge our stakeholder groups. So we recognize that there certainly is a driver that for us to develop quality standards that are operable and relevant and really fit for purpose. We need to make sure that we understand from all our stakeholders. And of course, one of the key elements is currently so far is our CAG, but as Galen has mentioned, as you are all aware, the next year we'll move to the new SAC I guess format, and which will be a multi-stakeholder group, and we certainly look forward to receiving feedback from the new group as well. But there's also a recognition in our draft consultation paper that we are only one of the players within the reporting and assurance frameworks. And as Gabriella had mentioned earlier, we cannot be, of course, be responsible for enforcement, but we are working very closely with our regulators, stakeholders, and other stakeholders, the national standard setters, for instance, to make sure there is an effective, or to at least to help ensure there is an effective monitoring and enforcement regime in those jurisdictions. Next one is global operability of the IESBA standards. And of note here, we continue to coordinate with IESBA, and of course, moving forward with other global standard setters as well, like IESB. We have our NSS liaison group, so that remain a key component of one of the key factors that drive our work. And the last one is further increasing global adoption of the code and supporting its effective implementation. Again, adoption and implementation is an important component of, as an important strategic factors that really kind of drive our work, and we work quite closely with IFAC as well, and of course we work directly with some of the PAOs and NSS across the different jurisdictions as well, when we continue to make sure that our standards have a high adoption rate. So these are strategic drivers, essentially. We can move to the next slide, which is the strategic themes. So we have 4 strategic themes. Most of them are fairly similar to what our sister board IESBA has with their strategic objectives. And these themes essentially guide our board's strategic actions to support our strategic vision, and is really responding to those key strategic drivers as well. We have 4 strategic themes here, and you would note from the draft consultation paper, each theme has a series of strategic actions underpinning that theme. First one, enhancing trust in sustainability reporting and assurance. I think we've kind of gone through quite a bit there, so I won't go too much more into that. And as I mentioned earlier, a little later in the day, you will have the opportunity to hear from our 2 task force workstream chairs, and you'll hear from each of those groups what we're working on in terms of sustainability. Next one is strengthening the code or responding in other ways in areas beyond sustainability reporting and assurance. The board is of the view that, in terms of the trust crisis we've mentioned earlier, and also the expanding role of PAIBs, there is still work to be done in terms of, independence and other ethics areas. As you will note that we also have an emerging issues and outreach committee that continue to monitor emerging issues beyond those that are sustainability related. So we will continue to be agile. The board will continue to be agile and address these issues and to look at and determine whether they need to take actions, in terms of some of these issues. So we'll continue to look at strengthening the code overall. The next theme is further enhancing the diversity of stakeholder perspectives and the global operability and acceptance of the IESBA standards. And again, here it really just focusing on the fact that we need to highlight the importance of coordination with IESBA, with other global standard setters. And so that's again is a key strategic themes there, and it will filter through all our work, all our projects. We work with IESBA as necessary if there are matters of mutual interest that we need to address. And of course, with the other projects as well, we continue to coordinate with IESBA, and as I've mentioned earlier, with other standard setters as well. The last strategic themes and the related actions, it's on widening the influence of IESBA standards through continued focus on adoption and implementation. As I mentioned, we work quite closely with IFAC to kind of look at, from an adoption and implementation perspective. We continue to kind of have a lot of outreaches that we would conduct throughout the year. We would look at, in addition to standard setting, we would look at non-authoritative material as well. And you note that for each of our projects and they finalize, they don't just stop there. There's a rollout activities, which usually at least include a webinar, but a range of non-authoritative material as well, and other actions and outreaches to make sure, our stakeholders, our users understand the new standards that are coming through. As part of that widening the influence of IESBA standards, we will be conducting a series of post-implementation reviews so we can understand the effectiveness of some of our standards and what we could improve in going forward as well. The next slide is really just an overview. Diana, if you can move to that. Of the different strategic themes and also how they relate to the strategic drivers. It was also included in your consultation paper that you have received. So I won't go into those. I'll just walk through one extra slide, the next one, and then I'll give you an opportunity to provide feedback. This is again just to highlight in the consultation paper that we work very closely with our sister board IESBA. And it is of strategic importance to us in terms of the planning delivery of both board strategy and work program. As I mentioned, at a strategic level, in terms of work on things like our strategy and work plan, at a technical level, so it's essentially project by project. And with that, we have coordination at staff, at task force, and also at the board level as well. And of course, the last one is operational level. As we move into the new foundation, the International Foundation of Ethics and Audit, the two boards are coming together even more closely. And so we're looking at opportunities to really synergize and to be more effective and efficient in our work as well. So with that, Galen, I'll pass it back to you and see if the CAG has any comments on. So Diana, if we can move to slide 10, which is a slide, just a couple of slides before this. Yep, thank you. I'll see if any of the CAG representatives have comments on those elements of the strategy. Thanks, Galen.
Thank you, Jeff. The moment I don't see any hands raised. Jeff, I had a few things that I had sort of noted in the materials. you know, and I don't know that I really want to bring them up in the meeting here and spend time on them, but should we provide comments if we have some to you? Just send you the file or?
Yeah,
what
and you
would
have
you
some
require?
editorials type comments, feel free to send them to me because we of course only have limited time here. So yeah, if you have editorial type comments, feel free to send them to me.
I see Hyson has raised his hand. Hyson, you're on
Okay,
mute.
yes.
There you go.
We, as European Federation for Accountants and Auditors, generally agree with this presentation, and I think that the strategic drivers, themes, and actions are appropriately and presented quite well. With regarding to the supporting rapidly growing market demands for, we want to know a little bit and to have a little bit more on the trickle-down impact effect on SMEs in the value chain of companies, which are required to report for sustainable information due to the application of the impact materiality. So we want, if it would be possible, to that world rapidly growing market to add and societal demand for sustainable information. One issue that we want to emphasize is to put some reference on the actions in order to ensure for scalability and proportionality of the code, which are really critical for the global operability and implementation of this requirement by SMPs, EAIBs in SMEs and in those markets. So we agree with this, but if there is something that is included that will help SMPs and on the way of serving SMEs, this also would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Hyson.
Thank you, Hyson. Paul Sobel.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this relates to this particular question for CAG or a later one, but it kind of covers both. The strategic, first of all, I'm very supportive and pretty excited about the range of strategic themes and strategic drivers. I think it's a really good list. As it relates to the heightened stakeholder expectations for greater timeliness, I think there's really two elements to that. One is identifying topics timely so they can get on the docket, and that I think is covered pretty well. And the second is the actual process for developing the guidance, and gets to the agility that Gabrielle was talking about. And I didn't see much in here about that. There was a reference a little later about the process, but I think that's going to be an ongoing challenge. I don't know if there's an out-of-the-box way of truly becoming agile and in this type of guidance development, but I think that is going to be an ongoing challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. And Klaus, you have yours.
Thank you very much. In general, I'm very supportive of this draft paper also. And I think both the strategic teams, the strategic drivers are very well expressed. So I support that you issue this. But I have a question about professional accountants in business, which is an interesting theme for me as a European, because so isn't it there also, first of all, it's one thing if you have a member that falls under the code, but is this also in other jurisdictions or in other areas might be a buy-in situation? So to say, is this also not touching on a very important strategic theme, but isn't it also in the same way something that it's I remember a non-member, but the principles or the code might be very, very important there. So is that something also you have thought about when you go out and release the paper for discussion with the work plan, so to say? Because professional counseling business, to me, I understand the concept. In my jurisdiction, it's not very present.
Thank you, Klaus. I might, I might weigh in a little bit on maybe a little bit of a follow-up on what Klaus just said. On the professional accounts and business, I've expressed in the past, I think it's very important that that is in there, right? And I agree with that. I think this is very well done. We know that a lot of the fraud that takes place starts in the office of a CFO. Or people that really have decision-making authority within organizations. And so I think that's important. On the other hand, when I look through these themes, I don't see the word independence expressed. And I wonder, just going back to the vision statement, whether there should be something a little bit stronger on the themes. Well, something about independence in here. I think that's a big part of the role of the board and of the code. Not a big part. I mean, it's really the heart of it, and I think that should be maybe a little bit. It'd be more present than what I see it here. Thank you, Jeff. I don't see any other hand.
We have a couple of hands online.
Okay.
Hussein in particular has been waiting very patiently. So,
okay.
Hi. Thank you very much for your presentation, Geoffrey. I just wanna can you hear me? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just a quick remark. As the current mission of IESBA is to serve public interest. Therefore, in IESBA vision or in strategic themes part, it should be useful to emphasize to serve public interest as IESBA follow this strategic vision and develop ethic code to better serve public interest. I think it's useful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff, I'm not seeing anything online because it's not on my screen. So if you can see who else.
Yes. Wai Ming.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Jeff. Thanks for the presentation and the work done to develop the strategy. I would like to make a quick comment on conducting PIRs. IESBA has devoted much of its efforts on the ethical requirements of accountants in the profession in recent years. These efforts have helped to improve the audit and assurance professions code and independence requirements in the public interest. In my view, it is also important to support the adoption and the effective implementation of these new or revised standards. So I'm supportive that IESBA to conduct post-implementation reviews of those newly issued standards in next strategic period. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your input. I don't think I see any other hands. So I'll just quickly respond to those. I recognize that we only have 15 minutes left to this session. Hassan, thank you for your comment about including the SMEs and the SMPs as well. So we will certainly take that into consideration. And of course, as you would appreciate, scalability is something that every project we look at and make sure that we address that. So thank you for bringing that to your attention. Paul, I think in terms of the question of the process, the standard setting process, because of its robust nature, it does take a little bit of time to complete. We want to be fully transparent and we want to engage, our various stakeholders. So it does take a bit of time, but certainly in terms of looking at how we can be agile and be responsive, sometimes the right approach is not necessarily standard setting. It could be a range of non-authoritative guidance material or other activities like webinars. So we will look into that as well. But as you mentioned, out of the box sort of ideas, we will continue to see if there are ways that we can improve and be more responsive if we can. Again, in terms of getting the PIOB's involvement, we will work with our PIB advisory group from IFAC, and once this goes out, we will engage them and get their input as well. Of course, they represent a large body of PIBs across different jurisdictions, and we will work with our PAOs as well. There are a certain number of PAOs who have a high percentage of PIBs, such as Australia. So we'll get their input as well. And thank you, Galen, for your comment about making sure the word independence, it is, of course, still a fairly important component of our work. So we'll look at the draft consultation paper. And Hussein, thanks for your comments. We will look at in terms of making sure there is a clear sense that we are working and serving the public interest. And Wei-Ming, thanks for your support in terms of post-implementation reviews. So I think, again, thank you for your comments on the strategy side. We have only 12 or 15 minutes left, so I wonder if okay, move very quickly.
Jeff, if I can interrupt you for a second, Jim Dalkin had something he wanted to say as well.
And Jeff, I'm sorry, I know you're under a time frame here. I think we're going to see the same in IESBA. There's a lot of emphasis on sustainability, but on the strategic themes, I do think, and I'm going to sort of emphasize what you said, Galen, independence and some of the issues we're seeing with independence relative to new technologies, relative to some of the challenges with sustainability. I think that should be a consideration for strategic themes.
Thanks, Jim. We'll definitely take that into consideration. I appreciate that. Thank you. So let's move very quickly to
Jeff, now we have another comment.
Okay, of course.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'll make this a quick one, but in our view, I just did want to highlight our support for the focus on increased use of technology and automation. And similar to what Jim just noted, we do feel that given the prevalence that technology is incorporating artificial intelligence as part of financial reporting, it may be helpful to consider separately calling out the use of technology as a strategic theme.
Okay, thank you. I will add in response to that, yes, it is continually to be an important part of in terms of a strategic theme, and we will continue to have continue to monitor its development and its impact on the profession. But of course, we have just finalized a big technology project, and also we have just finalized the technology working group's reports. And you'll note that in our work plan that's coming up, we have a couple of items that's particularly coming out of technology working groups phase 2 reports, which I'll get to hopefully in a minute. So Diana, if we can move to the proposed work plan slide. Next one, thank you. Next one. Thank you for that. Just a bit of context in terms of establishing this work plan. We have 3 tables: Table A, which is ongoing projects and work streams, and Table B, pre-commitments, and Table C, the proposed new work streams. In developing these 3 sets of work streams for the next strategy period, the board has looked at the responses to the survey, your comments to those responses, the technology working group's phase 2 reports that was finalized last year. Also our benchmarking working group's phase 1 reports that was finalized last year, which compare our independence framework with that of the US SEC's independence framework. And also we have sort of broadly looked at the potential impact in terms of resources and other issues in terms of transitioning to the new board operating model. Table A, we have 4 key projects. Of course, sustainability which table A again is the ongoing projects, which we believe will continue into 2024. Sustainability, I won't go into any further because you will hear from our workstream chairs later in the day. Use of experts, of course, you will hear from our Vice Chair, who is also the task force chair of use of experts. So you will hear from her just very quick, briefly, just the next session. The last two, in terms of collective investment vehicles, pension funds, and also investment company complexes, these really came out in part as an outcome of the PI project, but also collective investment vehicles really has been on the IESBA radar for a little while, and so we felt that this is the right time for us to finally get to this issue. And of course, we would look at more just we'll look at the structure of CIVs and pension funds and private equities sort of structure and arrangement, including the relationship with trustees and managers and advisors. This is something we want to look at, and looking at whether, for instance, whether the definition of related entity in our code continues to be fit for purpose. The board certainly recognized that this is can be quite complex piece of work because, as you would appreciate, even within one single jurisdiction, the types of CIVs or pension funds could vary quite significantly. So the board agrees that initially we just spent a bit of time just on researching and understanding the structures and what the independence issues might be. And so there's no, we're not saying that it would definitely be a standard setting project, but certainly the board will want to spend a significant amount of time initially to just work on the research side and information gathering and increase its understanding and look at whether the code continues to be fit for purpose. So staff will start preliminary work in second half of 2023. So later this year. The other one is post-implementation review on NOCLA. And again, we will start staff will start some groundwork later in the year. Of course, NOCLA became effective in 2017, so it's been 5-6 years already. And this has been on our current strategy and work plan, so we felt that's the right time. Again, we have availability of resource to start this post-implementation review. Diana, if you can move to the next slide. This is table B, essentially those work streams that IESBA has already committed itself in this current strategy period. So essentially it's a series of post-implementation reviews, first on long association phase 2, then restructure code, and then later, perhaps towards the end of the strategy period, NAS and fees, and also the definition of PI. As well, we recognize that these NAS and fees have only just become effective late last year, and PI is coming through December 2024. So we put them at essentially we're thinking of, we might start this at the tail end of the strategy period, but we will consider when we will start those a bit later. The board also agreed that we will have a review of its workstream status towards the end of 2024. So by then it will have a better idea in terms of, priorities, where the different work streams are at, and we will readjust, in terms of a timeline accordingly. Just very quickly, perhaps if that's okay, Galen, I might move through to the proposed new work streams. I don't anticipate we have a lot of questions for tables A and B. That's okay, Galen?
Yeah, that's fine, Jeff. I did have one question.
Okay,
you want to go ahead with that first or what?
No, please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna, on the benchmarking, it's been explained in the past how labor intensive that is, and that we weren't going to necessarily be repeating it in the future. The work that was done in the last couple of years on benchmarking, though, were we going to try to keep it updated And by that, I mean, the report that came out, I think was very, very helpful and very good. Where are we at on that, Jeff?
Thanks, Galen. I might pass it to Ken if he has a response.
Yes, thank you, Jeff. We absolutely, Galen. The plan is to keep the benchmarking report that we have issued, and just for the CAG's information, that exercise was carried out to compare the code, especially the independence requirements in the code relative to the US requirements, the US SEC and BCOB independence rules. And what the board has agreed to do is to keep that report evergreen. So definitely, as we go forward, we will keep coming back to this report as we have new standards coming onto stream, or as there are developments on the US side. So the intention is absolutely to keep it evergreen.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ken. I see Akihiro has his hand raised.
Yeah, thank you, Jeff. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think that it is great overall that the important points such as strategic drivers and strategic themes and actions have been deeply discussed and described on this consultation paper. I have two suggestions about contents of the consultation paper regarding projects. Firstly, I believe that to respond to market need for development of sustainability-related standard is the highest priority under the current situation, and unexpected actions may be required in such new area. Furthermore, monitoring group reform will affect the future standard setting and will require the change. Under these circumstances, it is important that a certain buffer is provided in setting the work plan, and that the operation of work plan should be carried out with flexibility based on priorities. In order to do so, the future possible projects on this consultation paper of work plan could be refined, narrowed down, I think. It's my first point. The second point is regarding PIR. As we mentioned, I agree with the importance of PIR in order to maintain the current code appropriately. However, it should be noted that PIR should be carried out with priority and proper focus. As other candidates of PIR during this work plans period, sustainability and ETGA, engagement team and group audit, could be added, I think. That's my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a couple more raised hands. Galen, if you can't see them, I think Hildy has a hand raised.
Thank you, and a good day to all. Sorry to not be with you. We are trying to cut back on intercontinental flights, so we try to walk the talk related to sustainability. So that's why I'm here remotely today. A few comments. Thank you very much for the presentation. Overall, we are quite supportive, on the vision, the strategic drivers, the teams, on the more deep projects, on the PIRs, the ones we have on the screen. We are very supportive. We hear there's a real need in order for implementing the code as it should be, that these things need to be done. On the projects on table A, we are overall supportive as well. We have less of an interest in Europe on the one on the pension funds, but that might just be us. On sustainability, we will get to that amply, I think. But, I think it has been mentioned already. It is quite important to work very closely with the IESB there, not reinventing the wheel. In Europe, we see that the main way that the work and what the code will do on sustainability will come in via the ISSA 5000, the Sustainability Assurance Standard. So that's why this linkage is quite important. There were the points on technology, and I think we would like to echo those. We see actually already in our region in Europe that there is more and more demand for actually a level of assurance on reporting in the wider technology and IT sphere. And we see that that will come and develop further and further. And then a final point on this ethics and independence. And I think we see that this is first and foremost overall, if you talk about high level vision about ethics, and that, you know, indeed independence is a part of it, and that's especially the part and that you want to look at when you really want to measure, and which is more related to auditors and assurance provision. We're not sure that it's overall that's on the same level as, you know, looking at the ethics of, you know, also, for instance, professional accountants in business. So something for you to consider. I don't know if we will still have time, but on table C, I think we find this actually quite ambitious. And in the papers, we weren't sure we would really for most find, you know, the third to really do that work. So we were a bit less convinced there. And one final word, we don't see any time or any reference to tax planning here. And, you know, you have it out for exposure. In certain parts of the world, that might trigger quite some comments. So I'm sure you have this included, but we hope it goes fine. But we somehow think that there might be quite some need to input resources in to bring this to a good final standard. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Dawn and then Harrison.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Jeff. I'm just going to make my customary comment that I make every time we have the strategic plan, which is to be cognizant of the pace of change so that jurisdictions have an opportunity to keep pace with those, particularly the smaller PAOs. Even if that's reflected just in the timeline for implementation, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Dawn. Harrison?
All right, thank you. I was just looking at on table B, the definition of a public interest entity, that's sort of, or maybe a medium, but sort of that definitions of a public interest entity can have an impact not only on independent standards if they're bifurcated, and on auditing standards. So it seems like, I guess I would suggest that there's so many things and you would like to have everything on a high importance and as soon as possible, but maybe that should be placed a little sooner than the fourth quarter of to start it at fourth quarter of 2027.
Okay.
Because of the impact it can have on the application of the standards.
Sure. Thank you, Harrison.
Thank you.
Galen, I don't see any hands on screen, so perhaps I'll just quickly address this. I noticed we've already gone over time, so I want to spend a couple more minutes on table C to see if there's any other comments. But just quickly in response to the comments we've received so far, thank you so much for those. In terms of post-implementation reviews, Akito, in sustainability and ETGA, of course, we will include them, but it will probably won't happen in this current in this current this strategy periods coming through, because we need to give our local standard setters and the relevant bodies to implement these standards first, and wait a few years before we can get through to those. And in terms of creating buffer, that's something that we've talked about, Akito, in terms of trying to be agile, recognizing the resource that we have, and we just need to move, the resource to where the priorities are. So we'll continue to monitor those. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. In terms of Yes, the close coordination with IESBA on sustainability, that is obviously a key element of our work, and we continue to do that. Just letting the CAG representatives know that we have a staff catch up every 2 weeks or so. So it's been very closely coordinated. And in terms of technology and assurance of technology, we take those into consideration as well. Table C, yes, it does sound a bit ambitious, but that's why we're going out to the market, and we welcome you to provide your feedback at that point as well. But the board will have an opportunity to look at this again in March, in a week and next week, but also when the comments come back from the consultation paper. And thank you, John, for your comments as always, representing SMPs. Harrison, in terms of the PI definition, this is the board has spent 2 years on the definition, and IESBA is working on them right now in terms of adopting and looking at how they could use our PI definition in their standards. So we probably wouldn't be able to move this any sooner, just so we allow our stakeholders to first adopt the definition and give them a chance to kind of look at what issues they might have. So with that, Galen, I think if it's okay with you, I might spend five minutes if that's okay. But let me know. We can talk
Sure, go ahead. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you.
You'll take our break time.
Well, and my break time too.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
So I won't go into details of table C. I think we can really just take it as read. Perhaps there's some very high level comments. The role of CFOs and senior PIBs we've talked about already. Business definitions and the next two proposed work streams, definitions and descriptions of terms and audit firm, audit client relationship. These were in the strategy survey as well. And so they've come through, the CAG discussion in September last year, and also through the board's discussion both in September and November, December. And the board felt that, these are, independence projects and also the other parts of the code that we should look at. The last two items, custody of data and communications with those chartered governance, really came through from our technology working group's recommendations. What the board did in December last year was that we look at the technology working group's phase 2 reports, its recommendations, and then look at what the technology project has already covered. And then there were a couple of standard setting items that the board felt that it would be right to at least seek our stakeholders' input, which is custody of data and communication with those chartered governance. So with that, I have a few minutes left. So I just want to pass it back to you, Galen, to see if CAG representatives have any comments to these.
After what I said, I'm not sure anybody's going to weigh in, but I don't see any hands or cards raised here or hands raised online, Jeff.
Okay, if you do still want to provide feedback, I would strongly encourage you to do that, just to send me or Carla an email, and we'll make sure the planning committee have an opportunity to review them, and certainly the board will discuss your feedback next week. If we don't have any comments before we close, if you could indulge me, I would just want to quickly pass to Ken or Gabriella to see if they have any feedback, and again, of course, our PIB observer as well.
Thank you, Jeff. Well, at this point, I can only thank the CAG for the very rich input that we have received. A lot of very good suggestions for consideration as we move into our board discussion next week. So we will take to our board the key points of input that we have received for the board's consideration, and we'll reflect all your input into our considerations and deliberations as we turn around the document, and hopefully we'll be able to have our board approve it for issuance shortly thereafter. So thank you very much to everyone.
Thank you on my side as well. I'm not going to put myself between you and the break. So thank you for this very good discussion. And I'm sure that we'll have other opportunities because this is just in preparation for a consultation document. So there will be other opportunities to discuss for sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, with that, why don't we, rather than a 20-minute break, why don't we just take a 15-minute break and we'll come back at 10:30, okay? Working stream chair, Christelle Martin, is online and she's going to provide us with an update on the project. Again, this is in its very early stage. And she'll also talk about the roundtables that are coming up in April, and look forward to getting our views on the development of ethics standards for sustainability reporting and assurance. So, Christelle, with that, I'll turn the time over to you.
Thank you, Glenn. So hello to everybody. Hi, Gabriel. So if I may start, the objective of today's session is to update the CAG about the structure of our projects, where we are, with the roundtable preparation, also the status of our coordination with IESB, with an illustrative and strategic example. And we also want to share with you our discussion about whether IESBA should develop professional agnostic ethics standards for sustainability reporting and not only for sustainability assurance. So maybe I'm on slide 3. Regarding the structure of our workforce, we now make a distinction between 2 task forces, and I think you might have discussed that with Laurie earlier. Of course, we keep a close coordination between the Sustainability Task Force and the Use of Experts Task Force, as we have common commitments regarding sustainability matters. Regarding our Sustainability Task Force, we split our work between 2 work streams. And as you can see on the next slide, the work stream 1 is focused on independence issues for sustainability assurance for professional accountants and other professional, what we call profession agnostic. While the work stream 2, which I share, is dealing with the ethics issues for sustainability in a professional agnostic way for the ethics issues relating to assurance practitioners and for professional accountants regarding the ethics issues relating to sustainability reporting. This is for the moment. So on, yes, we make sure our development of the standards meet the qualitative characteristics that are set out in the public interest framework. For example, timeliness, where the IESBA is advancing this project very rapidly to meet stakeholders' expectations, or global operability and enforceability, where IESBA is coordinating with IEESB and also ISSB to ensure all standards work well together, and also that our code keeps its key objective of framework neutrality. The roundtables at end of March, early April will contribute to get views from a broad range of stakeholders, and I will present the status of these roundtables in a second. But if you want, we can pause here for comments or questions on the project proposal that, as it was approved by the IESBA in December 2022.
Yeah, Dave. Thanks very much for that. I just have a clarifying question. I noticed for work stream 1, there's one objective, profession agnostic, independent standards. Work stream 2 has 2 objectives, one for PAs and one for everybody else. Is that right? So there's really like 2 work streams in work stream 2, just so I'm
Yes.
reading it correctly.
Well, it's not 2 work streams, but 2 perspectives. Some of
okay.
some of the updates that we need to make are in a professional agnostic way. Everything that is dealing with the assurance firms, for example, while when we are speaking about reporting, for the moment, it's only for PAs. Reporting is typically the item 2 in the code, right? Chapter 2, while in the chapter 3, we deal with the PAPP attribute and issues and threats, etc. And this should be done in a professional agnostic way to be optimal, right? And to be consistent with what the work stream 1 is doing. Then where is it going to be presented? This is another discussion. I think you're going to have that discussion with Mark Babington a little bit later.
I don't know if we have any hands raised online. I don't see any others here, Christelle, at the moment.
Okay. So we can go on. So we are preparing the global roundtables. So we are on slide. I don't see the numbers. Sorry. Next one. Thank you. So we are preparing 4 what we call in-person roundtables and 2 virtual. Each roundtable will help improve the next one, even if it's only a few days between each of them. But of course, the roundtables are not the only forum, as some stakeholders that we want to reach out to might not be able to attend these roundtables. So IESBA is already extensively reaching out to key stakeholders, and we will continue to do that with those stakeholders that have high interest into our sustainability project. The format of these global roundtable, on next slide, we expect the in-person roundtables to be done on a full day event with keynote speakers and also breakout sessions. Participants will be split into smaller groups to allow for more participation and more in-depth participation. And every group will discuss all topics. So ethics, independence, use of experts. And we will, of course, have report backs from the breakout session. And we also have shared a time slot with the IESB for them to update our stakeholders with the status of their project. Regarding the virtual roundtables, they should allow for a broader range of interested parties to share their views, as we cannot afford more in-person roundtables. And we have to limit the number of participants in each roundtable to make it possible to have in-depth discussion. And finally, also because some stakeholders cannot afford traveling costs, for example. So we want to reach out specifically to them. Sorry. We target a very comprehensive typology of participants on next slide. As far as I know, the first roundtable in Paris is already showing a very high interest from all these targeted participants, particularly within international and European organizations. So next slide, please. We target, of course, investors and those charged with governance, regulated and standard setters, assurance service providers from the accountancy profession, but also from other professions, some preparers, financial sector and organizations, and academia. This high interest of targeted participants is very encouraging, and we are confident that we will be able to integrate high quality input from three key strategic issues. On next slide, please. First one, what would be the most relevant and efficient way to present professional agnostic ethics and independent standards for sustainability assurance? Second, is there an urgent need and multi-stakeholders pressure to develop professional agnostic ethics standards for sustainability reporting? And we will discuss this further during the last part of this presentation. And third, the main issues concerning sustainability reporting and assurance that our stakeholders want to share with us. After the roundtables, the task force, both work stream, will analyze and discuss participants' input to inform the board at the June meeting. So, do CAG's members have views on the matters that we want to discuss during the breakout session? Would you have something to say about what we are expecting to discuss with them in a month? Maybe we can come back on the previous slide so that everybody sees the three items we wanted to discuss with them. I'm sorry, I don't have any sound.
Christelle, are you looking for some comments at the moment?
Yeah.
I see one. You want to? Okay, Bella has the floor. He has something.
Thank you very much, Galen. First of all, I would like to thank the task force for wonderful work done. And my sincere apology for not being here earlier in the morning because I just landed at around 8:20 a.m. So I have to go to the hotel and get ready and attend this important session because particularly I appreciated the work that has been done by the two task forces. And I believe it's very timely and it's really needed. However, I would like to highlight the fact that there is a global coordination on this issue on sustainability, because I believe last year during the BIS annual meetings, we had quite a number of coordination, and IESB was there, FSB was there, we at IFSB were all there, and we had discussion with BCBS as well as IESCO on this, and we plan to have a global forum on this sustainability issue, in which last year during as well, we had a follow-up discussion with the IMF. They wanted to have it alongside their spring meetings this year. But unfortunately, the IESB preferred to have it in the UK, and we are in discussion with the Bank of England to have that. Why I mention this, because it's very important to be very clear on what do you expect the PAs to report on sustainability, because there is a global challenge on the determination of the taxonomies and as well as the scope of coverage sector by according to the different sectors. We have the banking, the capital market, as well as the insurance sector. So each one is looking at different things. So I believe the task force is important. Their work is very important to coordinate with maybe bodies like of course, the IFSB, this initiative that we are currently working on, because we need to be clear on what do we expect the PS to report. What is the expectations from the PS? Now the taxonomies on sustainability is fragmented. It's not really well coordinated. There is no clear, definition in itself. Even in the IESB exposure draft that they have just issued, we had a discussion with them, and I think this is something that they are trying to fix. So I think this task force should not be working in isolation without coordinating as well with this initiative. So I think possibly the roundtables should be aligned as well. We'll be very happy to maybe either through WSB or through IFSB reach out, and so that the roundtables should be, maybe one of the sessions should be aligned to the time when we are having this global forum in the UK, and that will really help to get a more some important feedback on the scope and the objectives of the roundtable, so that it will be realized. So I mean, this is the point that I think I would like to make, but I think the work done by the task force is really commendable and is very, very timely. And thank you for sharing this initiative. And I think it was our inputs. We'll be submitting our written comments as well on this particular scope of work. Thank you, Galen.
Thank you, Bella. I don't see any other people with questions at the moment, Christelle.
Okay, well, it's well noted on coordination matters. Of course, our purpose for the IESBA code is to keep it framework neutral. So of course, it's important that people know what is expected from them to report on, but we are dealing whatever their local jurisdictions ask them to report on, that they do it with the right level of ethics and appropriate update on what are the issues, the specific issues that they might encounter on sustainability reporting. And of course, the issue of professional agnostic, which is another issue, but it's well taken. And I will see with the staff on the UK event that you were speaking about. Okay, so you were asking for coordination. We have now a little word on our coordination effort between IESBA and IAASB. So on next slide, please. And next, yeah. So regarding our coordination with IAASB, it's a close and fruitful coordination, as both organizations acknowledge that there is a high common interest and also public interest into a consistent approach on main issues and concepts. Coordination is done at different levels. Staff meet regularly every 2 weeks, and there are liaison contacts at board level. Rich Huskin for IESBA and Isabel Track-Sigurdsson for IAASB. And we also attend meetings together, for example, with IOSCO or ISO. We have started to work on key definitions, and today we wanted to share with you the important starting point of defining what is sustainability information. So both organizations seek for consistency. but they recognize also that there might have some difference in their approach, and that would be legitimate. Next slide, please. The different approaches exist because the scope of work is also different between those two organizations. IAASB is dealing with a technical standard for those performing assurance. Therefore, they need some degree of technicality, while IESBA is dealing with ethics and independence standards for those preparing or reporting on sustainability and also providing assurance thereon. So therefore, there needs to be a broader and maybe a more overarching approach. So we just need to find a way to bridge these two approaches, and this is why the two boards have a close coordination. On next slide, you can see that we also are integrating other related definitions, and namely the ones issued by IESBA on sustainability and also on sustainability related financial information. Also what the EFRAG issued on what they call sustainability matters and factors. And with all these inputs, we chose the EFRAG, on next slide, please, draft definition as a starting point because it is broader and also not linked with any perspective on single or versus double materiality. And also because we completed this first EFRAG input starting point with other key attributes that we consider for our draft definition, the broad reference to the typical ESG factors, for example, also the reference to historical information as well as forward-looking information seems very important to us. And also what the IESBA is referencing as the short, medium, and long-term aspects. Okay, and so on next slide,
Christelle,
yes?
if I could pause you for a second, I'm not sure that everyone on the CAG has a grasp or a feeling when you talk about single and double materiality. Could you just briefly say what we're talking about there?
Yeah. So the single materiality is about how do you report on your corporation? Yeah. What is your impact or what is impacting you as a company or as a group? While the double materiality is also dealing with the broader view with the supply chains, and so it's the European approach for the moment, while IESBA, as far as I know for the moment, is on a single materiality.
So is it fair to say then that single relates to the entity that is being audited or assured, and double materiality includes that plus the impact on society as a whole?
It might be a way, to deal to deal. Yeah, it's and this means that you are going to the supply chain input also, and you report on your supply chain, and not only on what you deal with your production only. Yeah.
So it scopes in third parties.
It is a broader view. It is a broader view potentially. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
So our working draft is presently this definition. Sustainability information is relating to environmental, social, and governance factors, including policies, performance, plans, and goals that are relevant to an organization's activities or impacts over the short, medium, and long term. This also includes any specific information designated as such by the applicable reporting framework in the particular jurisdiction. This last sentence makes reference to jurisdictions' potential specificities, where the term specific information intends to cover some specific factors that would be required to report on, or the relevant materiality items that we just discussed. So if there are some input on our proposed approach to this definition, which is a key definition to start with, and we have a lot of coordination work on that.
Thank you, Christelle. We have a couple 10 cards up over here. Klaus, if you wanted to go first, and then Paul Sobel, if you wanted.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Christelle. This is very interesting. It's such an important topic, of course. So, before I get into my specific comment, just comment on the work you already have done on this, which I totally support of. Regarding the definition here, coming from an FRAG environment, also I can recognize this. Generally speaking, I think that this is the right path you've taken, that you're trying to make it as broad as possible and not to limiting it, because I think that's a key issue here. The ISSB definition of sustainability-related information, for example, covers focus on enterprise value and is geared toward capital markets. While, as the same comment I had in the session before lunch, is that what you will encounter here is all kinds of types of reports on sustainability information with cater for different groups of stakeholders, broader or narrower. Therefore, it's so imperative that the definition used is as wide as possible. Regarding this draft, I have some thoughts about the second paragraph, if it's really needed, so to say. It seems to be a little bit more too specific to going down in specific jurisdiction. This means that you are unsure, I would guess, if the definition in the first paragraph is wide enough, so to say. Therefore, you need to go to the jurisdiction route. I'm not so sure it's needed. So maybe it's just a kind of explanation, so to say, which doesn't really fit into a definition. It could be somewhere in explanatory material or something like that. So, but generally speaking, I'm quite comfortable with going this route.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thinking about the brief conversation definitions we just had on single versus double materiality, when I look at this definition, it seems to be very organization focused, very single double materiality, with the one possible exception of the word impacts. I assume that's impacts on society and more broadly. And I guess I just want to make sure that it's overt enough that others reading it will understand that this goes beyond just the impact on the organization.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So it is really the word that want to address what you said. So if it's not clear enough, we will work on it.
Christelle, I see Hilda has her hand up, and then followed by Christian.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon for you. And thank you very much, Christelle, for your presentation. A few considerations. There was in the first part of your presentation a reference to coordination between IESBA and IESB, and that is indeed very important, and we fully support this. I, however, cannot help but having noticed that when last Friday night the IESB issued the first full draft of their ISSA 5000, there is a definition on sustainability information in there, which is quite different from this one. So maybe you could explain to us why that is, because you would expect it to go in the same direction. At least their definition is, I would say, more procedural, whereas the one that you have been proposing here is more on the subject matter itself. So that's one. And then the second consideration, whenever, in different parts of the world, people will be dealing with sustainability information, most likely, if not always, there will be either definitions of it in their laws or regulations or in the reporting framework that they will use. So it begs the question, is there really a need to have yet another definition in the IESBA standards or even in the IEESB standards? The IEESB standard, therefore, I think is one that actually is just to be able to work and would leave room to a national definition. And so here, I think it is quite important that if there is a definition in law and regulation or in the framework that you have to use, that that is the one that you end up using, because that is the one that will prevail for you. I'm not sure if that would work here. However, if we look at the substance of the definition, we are broadly happy with it. There are some wording things that might be improved, like you have this part including policies, performance plans and goals, no problem with it. But the main thing is obviously the ESG, and this part that is included there might make it a little bit more obscure that actually it is related to the ESG and governance matters that you talk about that are relevant to the organization's activities. And so it's a little bit confusing, but it gets us almost into drafting, which I don't think is what we want to do here. As far as it being agnostic, as far as the providers, or as far as single and double materiality, we obviously agree with this. In Europe, we will have double materiality. We understand in other parts of the world they will have single materiality. So it as you have done, it would cater for that. So that were some of our comments related to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. We take that.
Christian, do you want to wait? Do you want to, excuse me, Christelle, do you want to take some more comments, or would you like to come back right now?
Yes,
now?
Yeah.
Okay, Christian, would you go forward, Christian?
Yes, thank you very much, Galen. Just to add one more sentence to what Hilda already explained, I think what is really important and is connected to the double materiality assessment, if we look at the European Union with the ESRSs, Christelle, you referred to CSRD with the article you phrased. There is a more detailed definition in the ESRSs themselves. And I think what is really key here, as Hilda mentioned, the ESG, the sector agnostic standards, we do determine specific reporting requirements as so-called sustainability matters that need to be reported on different layers. If we look at that as a topic or a subtopic or even a sub-subtopic, that is closely connected to also determining double materiality with respect to whether I do need to report a topic or not. This has been changed during the due process of establishing the ESRSs, but this is why I can only underline what Hilda said. We need to be cautious not to come up with several definitions of maybe the same, but partially different elements. So I think it's really essential to make sure that on a global basis, we do have a common understanding if we talk about sustainability matters. That was my point. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I understand. I think dreaming of a global definition that everybody would agree on is a dream. It's already different in the European side and on the IESBA approach. And we want to go to overarch this and say we don't care about what is asked as a sustainability reporting. When you do it with these and these and these ethics principle. You are aware of these and these specific potential issues that are very common into the professional accountants world, because for years and years they have been in a certain complete framework, okay, and it might be very much new to a lot of people now involved in this new area of sustainability, be it on the reporting side, preparation side, or on the assurance side. So this is why we took this way of it should be clear that when we are speaking about sustainability, is the content, it's relating to the activities, not only to financial. It's relating to the impact of the organization also, if anything like that is asked. But we recognize that each jurisdiction is going to issue its own requirement, depending maybe also on the sustainability challenge they want to address first, for example. But it's well noted that we need to be broad, to have a broad approach, but clear also. So I will go back to you all your recommendations, and we will work this with the work stream. Thank you.
Thank you, Christelle. I see Paul Thompson, you have your card raised.
Yeah, thanks very much, Christelle. I mean, my reflections on what's been presented are much the same as what I've already heard from my colleagues. Klaus picked up the fact that maybe the second paragraph of the definition is not required, and I'm inclined to agree with that. Seems to be in there as a kind of a backstop, just in case we miss something in the first paragraph. But I think the first paragraph is sufficiently broad as to capture everything, I think. What I would say, picking up from where Paul spoke about impact, perhaps the impact needs to be more explicit. I think this is what we are getting at with impact materiality, the other leg of double materiality. In other words, how the organization and its activities are impacting the environment and society, and that of course brings in all the impact through the value chain. You can go as far as you like up and down the value chain. So maybe that could be a little bit more specific. Hilda rightly pointed out that the definition that you have here does differ to the one that we've got in the first draft of the IESA 5000. Perhaps not surprisingly, because the IESA 5000 doesn't really get into the nitty-gritty of what is sustainability information. That's not a criticism, but their definition is information that results from measuring or evaluating the underlying subject matter against the applicable criteria. Sustainability information is the equivalent of subject matter information in other IESBA assurance standards. So it's kind of, it's written for different purposes, I think, which is why you wouldn't expect perhaps the two definitions to be the same. I think what you're looking for here, Christelle, is something very broad, trying to kind of capture everything. And I think apart from those points that are made about maybe we don't need the second paragraph and maybe we need something more specific about impacts, then that would perhaps tick the box for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. Why don't we take a couple online here, Hossein and Akito, and then we'll come back, Christelle. So Hossein, if you want to weigh in.
Hi, thank you very much for presentation, Christel. I wanna make one comment. As in near future, International Sustainability Standards Board issued its standards, and lots of jurisdiction enforce these standards. Therefore, I think it's useful to use similar or consistent definition of definition for sustainability. Broader term is okay, but in the near future, for both prepare of sustainability reporting or practitioner provides assurance services in order to prevent these group have not problem with definition. Therefore, consistency between definitions term, I think it's important. Thank you.
Akihito, did you, Akihito?
Sorry, thank you, Gary. Thank you very much, Krista, for your presentation. Sorry, my comment is not specific to this slide, but related to roundtable and coordination. Global roundtable is very useful opportunity to receive various inputs from a wide range of stakeholders. So I expect to continue such activities. When another roundtable will be held, it could be valuable to hold with IWSB, ISSB in terms of effectiveness and efficiency. And I think it is important to do outreach activities like roundtable in various jurisdictions, considering the various situations of sustainability reporting and assurance, jurisdiction by jurisdiction. Thank you.
Okay.
We have a couple other
Yeah.
cards up if you might want to pause for a second, Christel. So I have
Yeah.
Klaus, and then followed by Bella, if you would.
Yeah, on a totally different note, but going back to the definition here. Yes, now I'm testing here just to see if I understand. It seems to me like the first paragraph is assuming that all kind of sustainability information is reported based on a framework or legislation or regulations or whatever. But so just think about this. Are we envisioning a world where there will be no voluntary sustainability information in the future? Because if you look at very carefully how it's drafted, you say that are relevant to an organization activity or so impacts. But can we really assume that all kinds of sustainability information as contained in the first part of the paragraph, if it's based on a voluntary disclosure by an entity, that would be relevant? Is that so sure? It could be greenwashing or whatever, but it could be still voluntary. So I just wanted to raise this little thought, so to say, so be sure that by having even this, so it seems too broad, this definition, it could still be something that is too narrow. So I just wanted to raise that issue.
All right, thank you. I think this is the point that I wanted to just follow up on. The last paragraph, I think the second paragraph is really important. It will address that, because I think as a standard setting body, you need to be flexible to accommodate other practices in other jurisdictions so that you don't limit the implementability of the standard. So I think that's why I'm of the opinion of keeping the second paragraph just to address some of this point that you just raised, Klaus. And then in addition to that, I'm also of the view that I think consistency or close coordination in terms of the definition as well with the IESB's definition is really important. But I think any differences according to jurisdictions, for example, if we take China, for example, they have various regions. The taxonomy for Gwangju region is different from the other region. So that's really creates some kind of fragmentation and some challenges in coming of one unified, acceptable global definition. So I think to be on the safe side, keeping the second paragraph will really help to accommodate any flexibility that may arise in the future.
Bella, thank you so much. So let me just add a comment here. And it has to do with that definition, the first paragraph, including policies, performance plans, and goals. And the thing about that is I don't see any of that in the IESB definition or EFRAG, unless I'm missing it here somewhere. So I guess we have a lot of different views, a lot of feedback for you, Christelle. Did you have any response to the comments that have just been made?
Yeah. So I understand what was said. I think we do not want to be too narrow. So if voluntary reporting seems excluded, there is a mistake because it's not what we want. Even if a company is choosing to report voluntarily on some aspects that are not legally required, they should do it with ethics. Yes, this is our strong feeling. So we want to be broad enough to cover what is required by law, whatever the jurisdiction is asking. For the moment, it should be clear enough that we generally speaking, sustainability is about environmental, social, and governance. Sometimes only one of them, and sometimes the three of them, depending on the jurisdiction. And that it is relevant that some ask only for performance and plans, but it is also relevant that the reporting entities express themselves on their goals, because this is, of course, the way to share sort of a view of why they are doing things, how they are doing things, and how they perform in doing so. So voluntary versus required, we have to make sure that it is clear about, we want to include all. And the IESBA for the moment is working on the aspect of financial impact. Yeah, it is very much working on the relation between sustainability information and financial information. While we could say that in Europe, they have taken it on a broader side. So we don't want to be stuck with one or the other definition, and we want to have an overarching definition. But I take your views about, and we will discuss this back. I see that some want us to keep this second sentence that helps readers understand that whatever jurisdiction is asking that could be more specific than what is described, this would also be concerned by our ethic code. But I understand that some feel that it is a bit out of the definition, or it should be out of the definition to some extent. We will discuss this, and I thank you very much for all these inputs. If there are no other remarks or recommendations, or maybe we could go to the
maybe
yeah,
Krista, if I might just come in very briefly, and I just wanted to clarify Klaus's a comment, or rather question you've asked. As you look at this articulation, very tentative at this point, of the concept of sustainability information, and if I heard your question, Klaus, it seemed that the first part of the definition seemed to suggest it's narrower, in the sense that it's more tied to mandatory ask in terms of reporting, or is it more the second part?
It's the second part of the first paragraph, because if you have a qualification as saying that are relevant to an organization's activities or impacts. So if you get voluntary information from a company, okay, either you automatically assume that is relevant for an organizations, but the driving force why you will give voluntary information could be quite different. So that was my concern, so to say, in the drafting. So it's the second part of it, not the ESG factors.
Yeah, I understand. I think we can complete, for example, this second sentence with the fact that it also includes voluntary information. Sorry, I don't hear what's.
Do we want to move forward on the slides? Do we have enough feedback?
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. So we have shared with the CAG members our discussion paper on the case of for developing professional agnostic standards for sustainability reporting. Versus the case for developing these reporting standards only for professional accountants. And so we have these few slides to resume all that, or to make a summary. First, IOSCO issued a regulatory call for IESBA to develop professional agnostic standards for sustainability assurance. So this is clear. And you will have this discussion with Mark in a bit later. But there was no such call for a more broader approach of professional agnostic ethics code, and namely on sustainability reporting. So the question is, should the IESBA develop ethics standards for sustainability reporting also in the same way? So we developed the arguments for the two cases. The case on next slide, please. The case for professional agnostic standards would allow for a complete professional agnostic framework covering both assurance and reporting. It would be strongly consistent with it would put really strong guardrails, in a sustainability information supply chain. And it would also help having a level playing field between the professional accountants and other preparers. While the case for standards for professional accountants only, the profession agnostic standards now, okay, as a focus for our work now, this would increase the risk that standards would not be used ultimately by all preparers. And this also would undermine IESBA's credibility as a global standard setter if we issue some standards that are not referred to or used by preparers. I think we need time to assess the market demand, the regulatory approach, and the level of public interest, as there has not been any equivalent regulatory call, such as IOSCO's call for the IESBA to develop ethics and independence on sustainability assurance. Okay. And also, there is a lack of a professional or regulatory regime now. So if there is a market demand, jurisdiction are expected to take the first steps. One, by enacting a legal duty applicable to preparers of both financial and sustainability information. Second, with a consistent regulatory or professional regime that applies to both preparers who are non-PAs for monitoring, supervising, and enforcing compliance with the IESBA standards. Okay, having an approach for PAs only is a more time effective to develop and to answer to a very broad call for all international standard setters to be ready by the end of this year and next year for application. So this is why we have proposed to limit our scope to the development of ethics standards for sustainability reporting for PAs only, and to take into account the feedback from the CAG, from the roundtables, from the board, to explore these strategic issues with stakeholders and consider initiating a further research in due course, so in a second step. It is a strategic matter for us. It would clearly be another work stream definition if we change this, but we wanted to have the CAG's input on this strategic matter.
Gabrielle, you'd like to weigh in a little bit on this?
Yes, very briefly. And again, I'm here as a listener and not as a speaker, but just to add a little bit of thought on this proposal. Of course, at the end, ultimately, the response to this question is what is in the interest of the public interest. And this is what guides us, and this is the test, the final test that we have to make every time we have such a question. But also, of course, we have to deal with some limitations. And one of them, to be very frank with this group, one of them is also time, resources, the capacity of undertake all the research and have all the certainty that we need to take such a bold way. I'm not saying that we are going to take the approach that the task force is independently suggesting that. But what I wanted to add is that this is significantly, to my view, different from the reasons why we decided to make to develop professional agnostic standards for assurance independence. It's a different question. It's a different problem. Now we are speaking about people who are working for the same organization within the same environment, the same governance, the same structure, etc. Some of them are accountants, the others aren't. And that's what we are speaking about mostly. It's not about independent providers and this kind of thing. So this brings a lot of other problems, probably on corporate governance and discussions that we have to hold with others, with regulators, with corporate governance, policymakers, and etc. So it's really a different thing. It's not only copying and pasting what we are doing for independence, assurance independence. And so, of course, the public, the immediate response could be, yes, in the public interest, all of this should be profession agnostic and applicable to everybody. But as Christelle has showed, there is a journey that we have to go, that we have to make, and a way we have to go through that it's not yet there. So that's why we are putting this question also for discussion, because it's important and interesting to see what our stakeholders think about this, having in mind that we have our own limits.
I think Bella, you have your card up again. And then followed Jim after that.
Thank you very much. I think it is the two are very important proposals, and especially the CAG will provide some inputs that is very, very useful, and particularly for IESBA to stay away from any potential risks of overlap and potential conflicts with other SSP's guidance that will be issued. You know, the sustainability reporting requirement has been different in quite a number of jurisdictions as a prudential requirement. While in certain jurisdictions as a prudential requirement, they mandated the board of directors to play a role. Others requested the management to play a role, and then we are now talking about the professional accountant. So if you want to go for a more broader kind of guidance outside Proposal A, there is a risk of potential overlap. It may be inconsistent with other standards, certain bodies that the way we propose them. But if you go with Proposal A, I think you are more aligned to your mandate as IESBA, and I think it will be consistent to the expectations of the industry as well as the POIB. But definitely POIB will want to make sure that the public interest related to all these across the three or across the various stakeholders is being well articulated and covered. But I think for IESBA, it's better to limit it to the PAs. You can come up with the general, perhaps, guidelines and then make it more specific and more dive into the professional accountant scope, more specific. I think that will be a little bit more better in order to mitigate against any potential risks of redundancy with other requirements by other standard setting bodies. So this is just my input on this.
Thank you, Bella. Jim?
I think your concept of having these standards being used by other parties is quite optimistic. I think in the US environment, I know this because governmental auditing standards do not require that practitioners follow what most of you know as the US ethical standards, because they're not required to by law or otherwise, they will not do that. And we do have a fix for that, but that's within the profession itself. So I think in the US environment that it just would be very hard for groups outside of the PA group to say, yes, we're going to follow your standards voluntarily. I mean, perhaps some other people with a US perspective might have a different view, but I think that's it's going to be pretty challenging. Then my follow-up question to that is, what would be the difference between the two if it's broad enough that anyone could use it if they could adopt it? What fundamentally would be different? Thank you.
Dave, would you like to?
Yeah, I appreciate the discussion, and Gabriella, especially the points that you raised. The only point I wanted to raise, and maybe this is on the agenda for the roundtables, but this is a great area to get feedback from all of those participants. Because part of me wonders, to what extent is this information being prepared by PAs as opposed to others within the organization? And if it's small, do we want to spend, do we want to spend a lot of time on the small group or not? But having said that, I think, having that information will certainly help inform the decision. And I am totally sensitive to the time pressures that you're working under as you think about this. And if there are ways to stair step this so that you can get, you can have a big impact that is consistent with the timing that's being demanded of you, but understanding the project's not over, I think that, there are probably going to have to be some of those practical decisions made as well.
We have some hands raised online as well. So Mike Fritz.
Thanks, Galen. Christelle, thanks for bringing up the questions. I think they're very thought-provoking. I also apologize for being probably the newest kid on the block in terms of this group and asking questions, but I'm a little concerned from a standpoint of how a non-PA could be providing assurance in the United States on information that's in the financial statements. And I'm hearing that's a possibility, and I just don't quite follow how that can happen. And that's maybe a little bit about what Jim Dawkin was talking about as well. But I know there's some proposed SEC comments in terms of things that they specifically want to see in financial statements and have assurance on. And I just don't, in the current structure here, I don't see how that could happen. So I just hope your group considers that.
Hilda, and then Akito.
Thank you. I can be very short. I had exactly the same questions as Jim and Dave. What is the difference between the two if you would do those ethics standards for sustainability reporting? I have to admit also I would not be clear, and then that would be mostly in Europe, whether there are a lot of PAs that actually have moved from the financial reporting into the sustainability reporting. So what would be your audience there? I think it would be worth to have some broad soundings around this before deciding that is the way to go. But fully appreciate the time challenges, the ambition, the resources that you want to scale. So I fully appreciate that this might be a very challenging decision to be made. Thank you.
Akihito.
Thank you, Garen. I'd like to reiterate IOSCO's view. I support the case for professional agnostic standards. Non-PAs sustainability assurance providers are also engaging in sustainability assurance engagement and will be engaging in the future. PAs only standards may not be used globally and broadly. Inclusive development of sustainability assurance standard is crucial. Thank you.
Okay.
Would you like to respond to any of those, Christelle? I don't see any other hands up here or online.
Yeah. Okay. In most
sort of a wrap up as well.
Yeah. In most jurisdictions, the framework for financial information is very mature, and the specific responsibility of professional accountants is well established and made enforceable in a lot of jurisdictions. It is, I think, very broadly applied for assurance providers, and in some circumstances also for PAs inside business. So the fact that there was a question of how can you imagine that a non-PA could provide assurance on sustainability information that would have some kind of relation with financial information. This is an issue, of course, and you will discuss this with Mark a little bit later. But in some circumstances, and particularly in Europe, what I see is that there is not only it's not restricted to information that has a link with financial. It might be well expressed with this link, but other elements would be expressed another way. And the assurance landscape that has been analyzed is showing that there are regions, sort of jurisdictions where you have almost only PA firms that are making assurance on sustainability already now, but that in other regions, it's totally the contrary. So both exist depending on what you are assuring. So it's going to be like this for a moment, but of course, as soon as we have completed the frameworks for what is the definition of it, what should you report on? How do you do you have to assure on this information? Then the fact that it is a PA or not a PA is a question of a jurisdiction. So we don't want to be involved about that, and we have a requirement for the assurance side to deal with both aspects. For reporting, you were asking about the difference. What would be the difference between getting into a totally professional agnostic world into our code, or having part of it really addressing PAs issues? If we were to transform to a professional agnostic expression, everything in the code, it would be a huge work. And as I said, because it would go into all the world of PAs that we have in the code right now, and it would also be. I don't see how we could have an exposure draft by the end of this year. Okay, and I don't see, and I'm not convinced for the moment that there would be a regulatory support to make sure that whoever has responsibility into the reporting chain in an organization has the same responsibility as we put as those that we put on PAs. So and also we when we discussed this in the work stream, we saw that there would be a big impact on the way that we would handle the all the framework of training for the PAs, etc., etc. So there are a lot of by-side consequences that we have to measure before going into changing the whole wording of the code to make it professional agnostic. Okay, so I understand that.
Christelle, being just a little mindful of the time with Mark starting in a few minutes, could we maybe try to say what the next steps are going forward, and so that he can start? We still have a break that's coming up, so could you do that? Are we okay? We're okay. We went at 3 and it's 2:49. Yeah. Could we do that?
Yeah, are you?
Did you have? Yes, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So next steps is to share what we shared with you with the board in Abu Dhabi. Then to have the round tables, and some of the questions that you raised are going to be discussed again within the round tables, and will inform us into our work, and then we will take all this back to rediscuss with the board in June, next June. Yeah, we expect to have a great step done in June.
Well, this was a very rich conversation with a lot of thoughts, and we understand that it's in the very early stages of development. Yeah. So thank you very much, Christelle. Why don't we take our 10-minute break now and be back at 3 o'clock, if you would.
Okay. Do you want me to stay when Mark is appearing, or is it okay with me?
It's okay, certainly, to stay online, of course, Christelle. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Okay.
I think we need to try to start filtering back in and getting into the next session with Mark Babington, who is online. Mark, what time of day is it there? And you're in London, right? Or I know you're in the UK.
I'm in Stockholm, Galen.
Oh, okay.
But it's just on 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. So it's late there, and you're probably anxious to get on with this. So Mark is the task force chair of Workstream 2, and he's going to talk about the development of professionally agnostic independent standards for assurance and the approach that the task force has taken. So Mark, why don't you just go ahead?
Okay, thank you, Galen, and thank you for the chance to join your meeting today. I just want to sort of spend some time really running through 3 broad areas to give you a chance to provide some input. If we could just go on to the next slide, please, because that shows what they are. So firstly, I'm going to talk through the scope of our work to date, where our thinking is, and also set out the proposed options for how new ethics and independence standards might work in the context of sustainability assurance engagements. And I have to say, we're setting out sort of 3 options, open options, very much hoping that we'll be able to use the round tables to get lots of stakeholder input. And when I've done that, I'll pause for some questions. I'll then go on to cover independence considerations and the thinking of the task force in that respect. And then a very brief session just on next steps. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. This is just a recap of where we are, but obviously, I think probably in common to what Christelle said to you earlier, the board has already committed to developing ethics and independence standards for sustainability assurance engagements. And those should be standards that are workable, whether or not the engagement is carried out by a professional accountant or another provider. And one of the things I think to emphasize is just the fact that there's an enormous diversity of different approaches in different jurisdictions. In some jurisdictions around the world, virtually all of this work is carried out by professional accountants. In other jurisdictions, virtually none of this work is carried out by professional accountants. And of course, we're particularly talking about sustainability assurance, not necessarily where it's integrated within the financial statements, but where it sits perhaps alongside in a reporting package. But also, I just want to briefly as well cover the frameworks that are used to prepare and assure this information, because as well as the sort of now long used term of a profession agnostic standards, we're also looking at standards that are framework neutral. So although the ISSB is very much the sort of new kid on the block, and its standards are going to be finalized shortly and made available to us, we do recognize that there are a diversity of other frameworks in place, and anything we develop in the context of the code has to be operable in that respect. So our jumping off point, and I think one that was well agreed around the board table, sustainability information is of heightened public interest. And so therefore we took the view that sustainability assurance engagement should be underpinned by the same high standards that apply in the context of the audit of financial information. And what we took that to mean is that we need to develop independence provisions that are equivalent in effect to Part 4A of the code, with the ethics provisions from other parts of the code, which you've just heard Christelle take you through already. So in terms of the scoping, if we can move to the next slide, please. We recognise that in developing our proposals, sustainability assurance engagements are an enormously diverse sort of pool of different things. There are, in certain jurisdictions, developing legal and legislative and regulatory requirements. In other jurisdictions, they have yet to develop them. And therefore, we've got to ensure that what we've got is operable, recognising the global reach of the code. So therefore, we've sort of asked ourselves a question: is it necessary that sustainability assurance providers apply all of the more stringent provisions in Part 4A of the code to sustainability assurance engagements, recognising that heightened level of public interest? And I think, and I was listening to Christelle's session earlier, and of course, and also some of Gabriella's comments that she made, one of the challenges that we all face is trying to ensure that we can deliver the work within a demanding timetable. And therefore, it's really important that we're thinking about how to best prioritise our efforts to address the most significant questions. So the work stream proposes new independent standards in our context, but obviously working very closely with Christelle and her work stream. But those standards should apply to sustainability assurance engagements, recognising its heightened public interest, where two criteria are met. So you've got those in the two bubbles. So firstly, the assurance is provided on sustainability information reported in accordance with a general purpose reporting framework. So effectively the sort of thing that the ISSB, but some other providers are developing. And I think the other thing, particularly when we hold up our public interest lens, is to say that the priority is also that sustainability information which is widely available to the public and other stakeholders and is being used for decision making. So what we're trying to do is recognise that although we are very ambitious in what we're trying to do, we can't necessarily boil the ocean all at once. And therefore, these two bubbles are quite important considerations as to how we prioritise what to do first. I'm now going to move on to talk about the possibilities for the presentation of new standards. And then when I've done that, Galen, there'll be an opportunity for CAG members to ask any questions and give their views. So if we can move to the next slide, please. So really from the outset, although we've talked about the need for professional agnostic ethics and independent standards, there are a number of different routes to market for us. So the next couple of slides, what I'm going to try and do is show you how some of those different examples would work. So would we have new material and revisions to the code that would be integrated within the existing body of the code? Could we have sustainability related information that was put together in a separate section of the code? So therefore, for those people carrying out sustainability engagements, there is effectively a single source of information. Or could you have a standalone code? And those are the options that I'm going to talk through, and those are also the options that we'll be discussing at length at the global roundtables. And of course, in thinking about which of these three routes we can actually use, we want to ensure that the standards, when developed, would meet the requirements of the public interest framework. And you've got the criteria that obviously sit within the framework, and those are the ones that the PIOB will of course hold us accountable to in developing our new material. So we will be talking with roundtable participants to work out their views of the pros and cons, and we've got some on the following slides to discuss with you, but obviously those will develop further to see which of the options the board ultimately is going to need to consider as the optimal way forward. There are two considerations, again, that are very relevant in this assessment. We've got to ensure that the terminology in this context is relevant to all of those providers of sustainability assurance engagements. So we recognise that in some areas, the text of the code is very sort of professional accountant focused, no surprise there, considering what it's developed for. But we need to make sure that we've got terminology that's relevant to a greater diversity of providers of these services. And I think the other thing is to recognise that we need to ensure equivalence of whatever new provisions we develop that will apply to all providers, be there, and those requirements will align with those that apply to professional accountants performing audits of financial statements. So effectively a high bar. And then the bullet at the bottom is a really important point in developing the three options to ultimately give the board a basis to make a decision. From my perspective, I come from an enforcement regulator, and therefore it's absolutely critical that the code continues to be a single version of the truth. You can't have the same requirements applying to PAs and non-PAs that use a different articulation or different terminology. So we've got to ensure that the code continues to be a single version of the truth, and therefore there is consistency of language to ensure that there's no risk of regulatory arbitrage. So quickly now, we'll move on to the options. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. We've got the first option, which is effectively an integrated approach. So this takes the code's building blocks approach and effectively integrates the requirements for sustainability engagements and sustainability assurance engagements within the existing sections of the code. So you'll see obviously that part 1 becomes requirements applicable to professional accountants and sustainability assurance providers. You'll see that in part 2, similarly, we've got the development of that section to reflect particular sustainability needs. In part 3, it would become professional accountants in public practice and sustainability assurance providers. And in part 4, effectively, you'd have the integration of material into part 4A. So it would be for audit, review, and sustainability assurance engagements. And if we can go on to the next slide, please, we've just set out very briefly some advantages and disadvantages, and this is by no means exhaustive. So of course, the advantage being a single set of standards. It avoids the need to effectively implement two separate but almost identical codes. And from a perception point of view, it allows us to demonstrate that the same high standards of ethics and independence apply to sustainability assurance in engagements that apply in the case of an audit of financial statements. Of course, the challenges we'd have to overcome is that we'd be responding primarily to the needs of professional accountants. Some stakeholders might think that that's a good idea, but it is a challenge if we want global take-up and wider use. It may also result in an architecture that's not sustainable or necessarily scalable if IESBA needs to expand its remit to cover other types of assurance engagements that have the same heightened public interest profile as audit and sustainability. I think a number of stakeholders tell us that Part 4A is a complex part of the code. Will this make it more complex? And of course, any changes to independent standards for audits could give rise to potential unintended consequences. So if we go on to option 2, please, on the next slide, what you've got here is still an integrated approach, but effectively you have all the material relating to international ethics and independence standards for sustainability engagements sitting within a new Part 5 of the code. So Part 5A being the ethics requirements and Part 5B being the independent standards. So the existing structure of the code is preserved. We have something that sits within the code and therefore hopefully will help with take-up and applicability. But it does mean that there is an additional section with sustainability-related engagement, sustainability-related standards, all sitting within that section. And again, just to give you a brief summary of advantages and disadvantages, if we can look at the next slide, please, you'll see that advantages, of course, having a separate part of the code for sustainability engagements could better convey our intent to address the greater diversity of providers in an equal way. It might help with the understanding of those standards and the wider adoption. And it's also perhaps a more flexible and scalable model. Of course, it brings with it disadvantages and risks because it will increase the length of the code, and inevitably there will be duplication, principally from the existing sections 2, 3, and 4 into section 5. And that might bring complexity in navigating standards in 2 different locations. We'd also have to make sure that the very clear linkage to section 1 and the conceptual framework and the fundamental principles was made very clear throughout. And then the final option that we're going to be talking about at the round tables, if we can go on to the next slide, please, you'll see that here you've got an entirely standalone approach, a new handbook, rather enticingly blue this time, Ethics and Independence Standards for Sustainability Assurance Engagements. And this would be a separate book. And again, on the next slide, we have again set out some of the advantages and disadvantages. So in the advantages, a separate set of standards for use in all sustainability assurance engagements by all sustainability assurance practitioners. And I think, more flexibility perhaps to facilitate easier understanding and wider use of those standards across a more diverse group. Of course, one of the challenges, and one that I'm aware of myself, and I think some of the other task force members are as well, is potentially a long lead time for adoption in jurisdictions where there's a need for legal change to be able to adopt a new code. Governments never move that quickly, and therefore, if it sits outside of the body of the code, is there going to be a long lag before it actually can be used with the force of legal or regulatory backing? It would, of course, replicate, again, parts 1, 3, and 4A of the extant code, so we'd have duplication of material. And of course, there would be the complexity in navigating standards in 2 locations. And of course, the other challenge is that then you'd have 2 handbooks to keep up to date rather than 1, So effectively, you build in some additional work going forward. If we can just go on to the next slide, please. So I'm going to pause now and hand back to you, Galen, but really we're looking for input from CAG members on their thoughts and any questions about the scope of those standards, and also the options that we've set out along with the pros and cons, and their views about those that we might explore further, and indeed any questions that we might usefully ask at the global roundtables.
Thank you, Mark. This is a very meaty presentation, very informative. A lot of work has obviously gone in, work and thinking has gone into putting all of this together. So I'll start with Jim Dawkin and then following with Johnny. Johnny, if you will.
Thank you, Mark, for putting this together. It's gives us something to think about. I just had one question, and that is, do you envision, how much incremental work do you envision the sustainability ethics to be? Or is it going to be largely duplicative of basic assurance ethics? Because I think that, if you have two volumes, one for sustainability, one for assurance, and they're effectively saying about the same things in terms of ethics, then that would be largely, obviously, duplicative.
So I think Jim, there's sort of three answers to that. There is an element of duplication of material that potentially carries over between the two, unless you have a more integrated approach. But there are areas that we would have to develop additional sustainability specific information. So for instance, in part 4A of the code in the independent standards, we have requirements in respect of the provision of bookkeeping services and maintaining financial records. And of course, we don't have financial records in the same context in a sustainability type engagement, and therefore would have to cover that off. But there's also additional material that would have to reflect on the different sort of types of information and how it's derived, and that would also build in new material. So you're right to flag the pressure, and it's coming from more than one area, because there would be material that would have to be carried across and duplicated, but there would also have to be new material. I think we're trying to be very sparing in that new material, but there would still have to be more that came in to take account of the sustainability context.
Hi, Mark. Thank you for the presentation and the various options you've laid out. It's very clear. What we wanted to do today, and before I ask the question, recognize that this is going to contradict one of the basic underpinnings of the various options, but I'd like to ask about a different option, and meaning the underpinning of the same identical standards for the audit of the financial statements. I wanted to say that up front in case it sounds confusing to anyone. You've laid out some great options, but would like to ask about a different one. And so has consideration been given to utilizing a potentially upgraded version of Part 4B of the code instead of the various Part 4A options? And as I said, we recognize that's a little different in terms of identical to the audit of the financial statements. But what we're thinking, given the profession agnostic considerations that are trying to be worked on, such a model may better preserve the audit and the review of the financial statements as it currently exists. And there are a lot of sensitivities to that as well, particularly as sustainability continues its traction and any potential distractions, but to stay focused on the financial statements of 4A. And this could really do three things. So it would have the advantage of not needing to modify Section 4A. which I know underpins many of the options currently. It could satisfy this standalone, separate desire that I think many constituents are looking for, particularly as these profession agnostic participants join, and may be more clear to have a separate section in 4B, just like a lot of the other assurance, non-audit, non-review assurance services that exist in 4B today, which would cover both reasonable and limited assurance. Therefore, we're thinking maybe with a few enhancements, 4B could work for sustainability assurance. And then you would also, that would prevent having to maintain two sets of standards. So we're trying to think of a way to massage a lot of the feedback that has been heard to date and feel like this could be a potential model to think about, recognizing the global roundtables are coming up, but wanted to put that out for consideration.
No, thank you for that. And it is something that we have spent quite a lot of time thinking about, both within the task force and in the working group that existed previously. So I think the concern that we had over part 4B is it would require significant reworking to lift it to a standard where it would meet that high bar sort of test, you know, and one of the things that we've looked at, and we've commissioned quite a bit of research, is looking at, you know, what is the equivalent standard that jurisdictions are going to apply to sustainability information compared to the audit of financial statements. And I only use it because it's the sort of the biggest example to hand. But if you look at where the European Commission is going with CSRD, that is very much an equivalent regime to audit. And certainly from the outreach that we initially did, the view was that it should be that similar high bar. But if we were to use 4B as the basis to do that, I think you'd be looking at a fairly fundamental rewrite of that. And then effectively, you would have something that may then be fit for purpose for sustainability engagements, but that was then perhaps seen as being too elevated for those other types of engagements that are currently carried out using 4B. But, you know, certainly it's something we're very happy to take away and fold into the discussions with the global roundtables.
We have a couple other hands. Mark, I think are you looking for the representatives to kind of weigh in on the various options? Because I haven't heard that so far. And then also Johnny's remarks about Section 4B as an option. I mean, should we be trying to gather that sort of input for you at this point? I think that's what you're looking for. Is that right?
I think that's always very helpful, Galen. You know, these are things that we're developing and that we're going out there to test with stakeholders. But, you know, this is a great opportunity.
You're on mute. Sorry, right now, Mark.
I've gone on to mute again. But this is a great opportunity to get some input directly from the CAG members about what they think of the options.
I think we want everybody to weigh in on this, if at all possible. Hilda, and then Hussein.
Thank you, Galen, and good evening, Mark. I had to start with a question on actually something that is on slide 3, and it says that for the assurance framework, it's framework neutral. And somehow we had in mind that there was a link between the ISSA 5000 that the IESB is developing, and then via this standard, there would be requirements related to independence. You would get into, you know, the work that you're working on. And I'm now wondering if that's a misunderstanding, and you will be able to explain the reasoning behind this, because you were referring to the European Union, and we do not expect that there is another way for anything related to independence to come in Europe, except via the ISSA 5000, if that would be used or adopted for use in the European Union. So that's why this is quite an important one for us. On the options then, we found it very difficult to, have any preference there. They all have pros and they all have cons for sure, and we recognize all of them. And we weren't sure that at this point in time we could actually answer to the question. And there are different approaches to how you do this. It's like within our organization, we often have people that look at matters from a communication point of view, and presentation structure, it's very important. But people that look at matters more from a expertise point of view, they first look at, what is it that I want to achieve here? What is the audience? What do I already have? What do I need to change? And then they will wonder, where do I need to change? So they would first have gone more into developing, what it is that you really want to do and to change and to add. So we were not capable of saying, yes, we prefer this or that. One thing that when we look at what we think ultimately will be important is that we think ultimately we go to integrated reporting and we will go to integrated assurance on, corporate reporting, and then whatever the equivalent is in assurance and audit. And so anything that you want to be there for quite some time, which I would think is the purpose, you would like it to be able to actually respond to that ultimately, there is one assurance or audit engagement, which is normally then on the reasonable assurance level. So that were our comments on that. Thank you.
I'm glad to hear that you struggle as well, because we have spent quite a lot of time thinking about this, and it is genuinely really challenging to sort of work out how you move forward and coalesce around one or other of the options. But we've got a good piece of engagement to carry out with the roundtable attendees, and we hope to be able to get some further input there. On your question, sorry, I should have made that clear. So we're working very closely with the IASB to ensure that there's alignment between the standard that they're developing and what we're doing within the context of the code. When I said framework neutral, the thing in particular that I'm thinking about is what we're doing is not solely driven by the ISSB standards. We recognise that there would be other reporting frameworks that could be used, and therefore we need to ensure that what we produce as ethics and independence standards can be applied in the context of whatever framework drives that reporting. But as I say, we are very closely coordinated and working with the IASB as they take forward their proposal.
Thank you. I thought I heard you say it's also assurance framework neutral, and that's why I asked the question.
Hussein?
Sorry, Galen, if I might just come in again.
Sure, Ken.
Yeah, no, just on this issue, I think there are two angles to the question of framework neutrality. One is on the reporting side. And as Mark said, we are not necessarily tying the code or the new standards that will be developed to just the standards that ISSB will be issuing by June, by the end of June this year. But also we're thinking about it from the perspective of assurance, the assurance framework. And we do precisely envision the independent standards that IESBA will develop to be usable in the context of assurance frameworks other than the assurance standard that IASB is working on and will potentially expand upon in the future. We are in conversation with other standard setting organizations, for example, ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, where we've been in dialogue with IEEE, that's the electrical and electronics engineers. They have some engagements as well on their side that are addressing some aspects of assurance, however they define assurance. The point essentially is our standards, while we are very intently coordinating with IEESB and making sure that independent standards will be as interoperable as possible. We also don't want to preclude the applicability or the application of the independent standards when the assurance framework is some of a sort of framework that's not an IEESB standard. So it's in those two respects that we are kind of thinking about it.
Hussein?
Okay. Thank you very much, Mark, for your presentation. I think one code is better than two codes. Two codes create both application and confusion and other problem. Therefore, I think integrated approach is better, but you need to rearrange the building blocks of code for part one should be keep as for all professional accountant and sustainability assurance. Part two for professional accountant in business. Part three for all professional accountant in public practice, and new part four for sustainability assurance provider. This part covers both professional accountant and other non-PI sustainability assurance provider, and also new part 5. This cover the independent standards, and this part may be divided into 3 parts. Part 5A for audit and review, part 5B for sustainability assurance engagement, and part C for other assurance engagement. As the approach is professional agnostic, therefore new part for sustainability assurance provided can cover both professional accountant and non-professional accountant which provide sustainability assurance services. You maybe consider this approach. This maybe provide you some flexibility. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's helpful.
Yeah, Wei Ming and Akihito.
Thanks, Galen. And thanks for the presentation, and the work has been done. The advantages and disadvantages for 3 options are carefully considered. I would like to express one comment on the options. For professional auditors, it would be okay to integrate the sustainability standards into the existing code. For other providers, it might be easier to have a standalone version or separate section for them to use. And since some of the targeted users of the new requirements are not professional accountants, the new requirements should be easier to understand and to use than those only for the PAs. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Akihito.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much, Mark, for your presentation. Just a quick comment. As the statement published last September, IOSCO supports IESBA to develop professional agnostic sustainability-related standard timely and expects to continue to develop inclusive standard timely. Regarding the structure option of sustainability related code, option 2 or a standalone approach may be useful or in terms of clarification of provisions and their application in each jurisdiction. Considering the timeline, as Hussein mentioned, it may be important to proceed with flexibility, including to develop ideal standard step by step based on the need of stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. And obviously that's something that we're looking to try and engage with the roundtable attendees over, because that's going to be an important consideration. What is our priority? What needs to be done first? What can be followed up later on?
Paul Thompson and then Klaus.
Right. Yeah, this is difficult stuff for sure. But I think, Mark, what you've presented to us is a good basis for the discussion that will take place at the round table. I think the main or the key options are there, pretty well articulated, and the pros and cons, I think you've done a pretty good job of giving a balanced presentation of the advantages and disadvantages of each one. Like Hilda, I do really struggle to express any clear preference. We have difficulty to express any clear preference, but maybe just offer up some preliminary views ahead of the round table. These views may change, of course, at the round table. First of all, circling back to the key criteria for deciding which option we should be going down. Circling back to what you said, Gabriella, you know, we've got to have in mind at all times, constantly challenge what is going to be in the public interest here, not in the profession's interest or whatever particular stakeholder's interest might be. That being said, I think also we have to bear in mind there's a need for pragmatism as well, because you know, if we just take too long over this, then a lot of our work, valuable work, could just be wasted or become somewhat redundant. So we're up against some pretty tight deadlines. Our inclination initially is towards an integrated approach, and in particular, perhaps option 2, which I guess I call a semi-detached approach. I see the standalone as being the detached approach, and this is a kind of bit of a hybrid in effect, what we've got with option 2. So it's an integrated approach, but where we've got this this new section sitting on its own, which others can take and use or adapt, whatever. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the discussions at the round table. Maybe my views will change then.
Thank you. No, that's again helpful. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mark, for this excellent presentation. Coming from the business side, so not from the profession, to give my views. First, to answer the first question here, which seems to everybody agree on this, because nobody's saying, regarding scope of new ethics and independent standards, I strongly support to have a professional agnostic approach to it. So that's given. Given the options, this is difficult, but my take would be that say that for the buy-in of assurance providers that are not PAs, I think one key point here is that make it as digestible as possible for those other assurance providers. That's the key here. And you also have to weigh it in, as also Paul alluding to, is that have to be pragmatic here. So approach would be to say, do as little as possible, but make it usable, which of course, of course, we can laugh about it. But I think that usability for other assurance providers that might not be familiar with it or having their own codes today, and this is something that it need to be digestible, because otherwise we will lose something, since we seem to have a consensus about the necessity of having a professional agnostic approach to it.
Yes,
Conchita? Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
No, I was going to say it's a really interesting analysis, because what you begin to realize is that you have a really interesting range of options in front of you, many of which contain elements which are mutually exclusive. So it is that case of needing to be pragmatic over what is the best route forward that is going to, best serve the public interest objective.
We'll go to Conchita and then back to Paul Sobel. Conchita?
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation. Well done with all the options as well as the pros and cons. Since you are considering, we are looking at two sets, more or less the professional accountants, those applying to professional accountants and non-PAs. The expectations may be not the same. And in the interest of time, of course, subject to the constraint of resources and budget, it would have been ideal if there will be a parallel work done simultaneously so that it would be independent look by two groups possibly. But I know that it may be more conservative to do it sequentially, but considering that you're talking of two separate groups, there could be some advantages of doing simultaneous independent groups looking into it. It's just my thought. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, you know, so we have the challenge about how do we make what we develop accessible, and how do we meet the sort of regulatory challenge of equivalence in a number of jurisdictions. And that's something we're going to have to give quite a lot of thought to and do a lot of outreach to work out the best way forward.
So when I read through the materials, I had a gut preference, and I've been kind of holding back to see if what any of my other esteemed colleagues said would change that preference, and probably not. I actually maybe more recency effect, but I think what both Paul and Klaus said, you know, resonated with me. I'm leaning towards option 2. I think there's a lot of advantages to that, and the cons, the disadvantages, I think we can live with. But I also recognize that there is a lot more to be learned in the coming roundtables, et cetera. So again, you can chalk me up as an option 2 at this point, with I guess the choice to change my mind down the road.
Thank you. And you know, I'm really looking forward to the roundtables and seeing, you know, where we end up at the other side of them. And to see whether it will either help people confirm a particular position that they may have articulated a view towards, or whether people move to another option as we engage.
I see Jim has his card raised, and then also Jasmine, and then Bella.
I just wanted to support something that Klaus said earlier, and that is in the governmental world, we have a set of standards, assurance standards. 2/3 of them can be are used by PAs, and there's 1/3 that can be used by anyone, provided they meet certain requirements. But one of the biggest challenges we've found is that most of the standards that we've written for PAs are not really understandable by people such as engineers who have no exposure. So if you talk about, and you wouldn't do this in ethics, but if you were to talk about COSO, they wouldn't have an idea what you're talking about. So maybe that option 2 might be a way to approach it, where you could write it in non-PAEs. That would be for a broader base. But I guess that's down the road, but that did really resonate what you said.
Thank you. And I think, you know, there is an attraction around that option, but of course we have to address the challenge that we can't have the non-PAEs version being a differently articulated version of what applies to a PA, because then we'll run the risk of a sort of regulatory arbitrage where a PA provider of one service says, doesn't this mean the same thing? And of course, it might to a reader, but it wouldn't to an enforcement regulator. So that's the challenge we've got to, and we've got to be really careful in the crafting of the language.
Thank you. So preliminarily, based on today's discussions and the materials provided, we're supportive of option 2. We do support a profession agnostic standard for the many reasons mentioned, but I also wanted to highlight support for the other advantage that was listed, providing greater flexibility to cater for other types of assurance engagement. As to corporates, this is particularly of importance, as especially for multinationals being subject to requirements across multiple jurisdictions with evolving requirements. This flexibility we feel would be very important and is nicely contemplated here.
Thank you.
And Bella?
Yeah, thank you. I would like to, first of all, express our commendations and gratitude to the task force, particularly for coming up with this analysis of the pros and cons of the various options. Of course, definitely, we are also inclined to more of option 2 as one of the options, but I believe it is important that during the roundtable, where you go to the roundtable with a clear particular option, so that you can get a better output from the, outcome from the roundtable, and particularly the composition of who are the participants in the roundtable, who are those to give opinion on the roundtable really matters on the credibility of the option, because I think it's not just having the roundtable, global roundtable, but is who are the participants that are given opinion on the roundtable. I think this is something that is very important. So maybe a particular focus should be given to the participants, and then as well the option 2, even though I'm also, I mentioned that we prefer option 2, but something need to be work on more deeper on option 2 again to make it more flexible as well as more acceptable globally.
Great. And I'm glad that some of the thinking has been helpful in spurring thoughts around the table here, and the working group, the task force is very fortunate in the excellent staff support that we have in turning these ideas into the proposals that you see in front of you. Do you want me to move on, Galen, to the remaining?
Not quite yet. There's a couple people that haven't weighed in on their preference on the options, and I assume that it's probably preliminary. They have a good reason for not doing so. My personal feeling is I strongly support an integrated approach, whatever it is, 1 or 2. I tend to lean towards 1 from a regulatory standpoint, I think, which you had mentioned earlier. But with that said, I think that could change as a result of the roundtables, as others have previously said. There was one other thing, and I'm missing it in my mind right now as to what it is. And I might come back to you in a second, but Gabrielle had something she wanted to add.
Thank you very much, Galen. I just wanted to address a few points that were mentioned here, because I think that we are all so much involved in this discussion at the IESBA that sometimes I think we forget to be clear. Mark was completely clear, but there is some information behind that. I think that it's important to stress. First, in terms of timing, and some of you very rightly stressed the importance of being timely. We have a commitment. We have publicly committed. Mark, I think, mentioned that at the start, to have these standards ready by the end of 2024, no matter what it takes. Of course, things may happen along the way, and we can't grant 100%, but it's the public commitment that we have made. So I think that whatever option we take, this should happen. Secondly, with respect to this, to the scope and to the framework neutral, etc., and there were some concerns that I fully understand about possible overlap with other standards, namely with the ISSB. But I'd just like to mention that we are on the ethics side of the story. So this is not what the ISSB is doing. What we want is to be complementary to what the ISSB is doing and not to overlap or compete. This is also a public commitment and a clarification that we have made.
And third thing, on the integrated reporting, we are completely mindful and aware that this is where this should go in some time now, that we should all work for the goal of having financial reporting that reflects the sustainability reporting and gets integrated. But I think it is my conviction that whatever option we take, 1, 2, or 3, or A, B, or C, I don't know how they were mentioned, this none of them will prevent us from going into the integrated reporting framework, because they are all, in that sense, they are all integrated. I mean, what we are planning is that whatever option we take, this will fit, the pieces will fit in one into the other, and will allow for at the end having integrated reporting. Well, I'd have many other things to say, but my last word goes to Mark, and for the very good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriella. And you know, I do think it is one of those that the sort of people have different ideas. I assure you that we've struggled as a working group to get the number of options below the number of members in the working group, because it's, you know, you find yourself coming up with more and more options the more that you go through this.
Mark,
if we could,
Mark, before you move along, I was just going to say, it came back to me. Another option was what Johnny brought up, and I do think that and I know a lot of work has already been done, but this 4B, I think we need to give that some serious thought as well. But you wanted to move forward, so go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sort of just mindful of trying to shoehorn in what we have. But thank you, everyone.
Yeah, Mark, if you don't mind, I think John wanted to come in briefly.
Oh.
So very quickly, because the integrated reporting is such an important component, and I didn't address that in the comments, but in this different option that I explained, a part of it is because the longer term view would be Part 4A, of course, would pick up as the information integrates into the audit of the financial statements. And so that is a continuum of the option that was laid out. So 4A, of course, is critical, and the migration then picks up all of the information as it migrates into the comparable financial statements. But just to clarify that, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, and a really important point for us not to lose sight of. Are you okay for me to move on now, Galen?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I just want to move on and cover the last few slides. So on the next slide is just a quick note really for you, which is there to show the landscape of sustainability assurance providers. We have been doing some research on this, and it's particularly there to give the CAG a flavour of who's working in this space, in the non-PA space, and again, you know, a huge diversity of operations using a number of different frameworks in order to provide their sustainability services, providing both limited and reasonable assurance engagements. But one of the things that's very clear as a sort of gap in that market is that very few providers indicate compliance with either our code or an equivalent. And when they do refer to another organisation's code, it's far less comprehensive and far less detailed than the IESBA code is. So that's just really one thing I wanted to draw to your attention. If we go on to the next slide, I briefly want to sort of just set up what we're considering about independence considerations, because that's really the sort of main thing over the next 3 slides. So what we're first thinking about is whether or not there are threats to the fundamental principles relating to independence in Part 4A of the code, and can those be applied to equivalent scenarios in the context of sustainability assurance. So one of the things is we're looking at developing other scenarios that might need new independence standards to address them. And that's our work ongoing at the moment. And we do have some time in the margins of the board in Abu Dhabi to think further about this. And then the challenge again of dealing with the terminology in Part 4A, which at the moment is specific for accounting firms and financial statements audit. And of course, this depends on the route that you go through. But does this terminology, do these principles remain fit for purpose in a sustainability type engagement? And one of the things that we'll be looking to get feedback on is, should there be the use of more neutral terms? And indeed, that's been the subject of quite a lot of our discussions with the IAASB over defined terms and how we use those in the context of developing new material. If I can go on to the next slide, please. We're also looking at independence considerations in terms of interests and relationships, because that's a critical part of Part 4A of the code in the context of audit clients. And we've got to think about, are there additional relationships that exist in the context of sustainability assurance engagements and any relationships with sustainability assurance clients? We also need to think about, if we go down this route, how do we deal with breaches that exist from day one implementation of the code? So, for instance, if there is a decision to go down a fee cap route or provisions that relate to partner rotation, how do you make sure that you have transitional arrangements to deal with those? And we are mindful of the fact that we're not only thinking of the code here being used to support engagements on a statutory basis, but also on a voluntary basis, or where, for instance, an audit committee mandates its use rather than law or regulation. So we'll have to think about ways of helping with first-time implementation, and is there a need for additional guidance for non-PAs to address those specific challenges? We'll also have to better understand regulatory needs, in particular looking at overseeing this type of work and enforcing compliance, and whether or not there's a need to address that. And then the other big chunk of work that we're looking at on the next slide is independence considerations, where it relates to non-assurance services. So we're looking at how the current prohibitions relating to non-assurance services in sections 400 and 600 might apply in sustainability engagements. So how does the prohibition on assuming management responsibilities and the self-review threat work? A question there about sustainability assurance providers. What other services are they providing? And we're actually seeking input on whether the non-PA providers are also delivering any other services to their clients which need to be taken account of. And that could be management of sustainability data, recognizing that systems need to be developed and matured, information management, and of course, building then on the underlying principle in section 600, how to apply the conceptual framework to new and emerging services. So we also need to think about threats to independence, where an auditor is performing sustainability assurance for an audit client, where that information can have a knock-on impact to revisions to the current standard for auditors of financial statements. So you can see that it's quite a busy landscape. And I just really sort of wanted to highlight those as examples of the sorts of things that we're considering. I'm mindful of the fact that we've got another sort of slot for questions, but what I was going to say, Galen, is that what I will just do is, if we jump to the next slide, which was saying this is the input that we're looking for from the CAG, in terms of our approach to independence considerations for sustainability engagements. And then we just have one more slide, which is the next steps, which just shows out a series of milestones. And I can just show this to you because it just shows what's driving our consideration at the moment. But what I'll do is I propose that we go back one slide to the question for CAG members and see if you've got any questions or comments in respect of our approach to independence. And in particular, are there things that we need to consider in the context of wider sustainability engagements to feed into those independence considerations, and any ways in which we might need to develop the material that's currently in 4A? So I can hand back to you, Galen, but obviously very happy to take questions and respond to comments.
That's quite a great offer. Mark, you covered a lot of information very succinctly and informatively, so thank you. I am at this point not seeing any 10 cards up, however, or any hands online. I'll give it. Dave would like to make a comment.
Mark, I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and especially for all of the work that you and the whole working group has done with respect to this, because it has been and will continue to be a monumental task. So thank you for everything that you have done. And I know I'm looking forward to hearing the feedback that you all get in the roundtables that are coming up, because that'll be a great chance to gather information. I certainly hope for you all that you get some clarity out of that and not more confusion, but it'll be great information either way, and it'll be incumbent upon you to make some decisions after that. So I look forward to that.
Great, thank you. And you know, we do recognise the scale of the challenge, and it keeps coming back to the point that Gabriella made, which is we've got commitments that we want to meet, and we want to meet those in the most effective way. And obviously we'll be engaging with as many stakeholders as we can to inform that debate and that discussion.
Oh, Gabrielle.
Yes, thank you. We have a commitment, like Mark said, but I also wanted to add that we are not working in a vacuum. We are, as said, responding to some regulatory calls, but there is something that is already in place. We have the European regulation that says that non-professional accountants are welcome and they can provide services. We know that half of the market worldwide has been taken by independent providers. This is objective data. It's not a guess. So we also know that in the United States, the SEC in its consultation said the same, that non-professional accountants are welcome, but both have the same rule. They have to provide the services according to the same independence and competence standards. So there is not much room for us or for anyone, because regulators are making their decisions in that respect. In Asia, I think they are going even further. So there is a framework within which we are working.
Bella?
Thank you. I think based on Gabrielle's comments, I think it's if that has been allowed by non-professional accountant to provide assurance services, because I mean, in the future, because of the greenwashing and other unethical practices that may be very significantly influencing the performance of companies, I think there should be a need to have a more stricter requirements to those that are to provide in the framework, to those that are to provide sustainability assurance services compared to the professional accountant. Because you can imagine a situation whereby there are no safeguards that are properly complied with by those individuals or non-PAs that are providing such services, in such a situation whereby they will be able to influence the performance of the companies indirectly, because sustainability compliance is going to be a great thing, is going to be a bigger thing than even the financial performance of companies, because it will drive the financial performance of institutions. So that's where also the public interest oversight function will be very essential in that area. So I suggest the POIB puts some safeguards in place to ensure that the independence, not only the independence, but as well as the professional compliance or requirement for non-PAs to provide, who are not affiliated to any professional body, to be very strict and significant in carrying out such kind of services.
Yes, very briefly to answer the question about input from CAG on the approach for independence considerations. Yes, I think both regarding interest and relationships and also provision of non-assurance services, I think this is the right approach. You're asking the right questions. I take note regarding non-assurance services, trying to find out what assurance providers today or assurance providers to provide today. There's facts, finding out about facts and circumstances today. What are types of non-assurance service they are providing is a key issue, for example. So it's really much to gather data or understanding of how the market actually looks like today in order to make standards workable and also relevant in the future. But so overall, I agree with this approach. I think it's very helpful.
I think this is a period of time, a unique opportunity. This has never happened before when we have people out. We're setting standards prospectively for folks that we maybe don't know that well, or their background, their capabilities, and what a wonderful opportunity it is at the same time. Even though this has been imposed upon us, an opportunity to meet the public interest, to raise their level to the same level that we're familiar with, so that the public can be protected in the information that they rely on. Mark, that's my comment. Do you have any sort of final comments on your presentation today before we wrap up?
I don't really think there's anything to add, Galen, other than, you know, this has been a really important discussion for us, and it's been a really important sort of test for us as we go out to do the global roundtables, to have tested some of our thinking with the CAG and also received some very useful steers in terms of how we might take that forward. But you know, as ever, and you observe our board meetings, we are sort of sailing into a period of the art of the possible, and that's what the working group is very focused on, to ensure that we can protect the public interest in the most effective way.
Right then, so that thank you again, and that'll bring us to the end of our official agenda items for today. Then we're going to be following that with a private and a closed session. Our next meeting will be the final meeting of the CAG in September. And that meeting, I am told, is expected to be here in New York City. This has been, I think, a very good meeting today. A lot of input, things to think about going forward. You've been invited to share some of your comments that perhaps you weren't able to air in the meeting directly with some of the staff. Thinking about that earlier one that we had on, I think it was experts, or maybe it was the presentation prior to that. Anyway, thank you for your input today. I'll turn to Gabriella, Ken, if you have any sort of closing comments.
Yes, thank you very much, Gavin. Not much more than what I have already said. But of course, I would like to thank you all for these great, terrific inputs that you gave us today, that we will consider very carefully, and that they will be critical for our discussion next week in our March board meeting. It's very important. It's very comforting to have this group to test our thoughts, our proposals, the risks that we are taking as well, and we know that we do, and that there is risk in these projects, and for that reason, this testing is even more important. So, thank you very much for spending your time and giving attention to our proposals and being so open for the discussion. Thank you very much.
And finally, I'll invite Dave, if you have any sort of comments about our entire meeting today.
Absolutely. Thanks, Galen. And I just want to add my thanks to everybody on the CAG for participating so much today and being engaged, some of you overnight, literally, being engaged in all of the topics that we had to talk about, because this is such an important part of the process for us at the PIOB of exercising our responsibilities to make sure that standards are set in the public interest. So thank you very much.
With that, I don't think I need a motion, but our meeting's over with and we need some of you to leave. Everyone except for the representatives and David, of course. So is that right? Or we have the official?